Chapter 413. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color, and when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Fang Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious. It could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges. It was warm and fitting. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair, and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds, and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious, and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Danghun Palace. It is a gentle place. Fang Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed, and there was still some dizziness in his head. Fang Yuan did not find it strange. Instead, he knew this was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ning Bing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture goo, and then refining fixed immortal travel goo in the light waterfall. During the whole process, he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Fang Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel goo to reach the peak of Danghun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Fang Zheng were at the end of their tether, but wasn't he, Fang Yuan, the same? Compared to them, Fang Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used a second time, and snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Fang Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Fang Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable, and Fang Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good. My soul is injured. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal goo. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many goo immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash. Some were injured while others died. Fang Yuan could refine immortal goo with a mortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from the legends of Rinzhu. Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel goo. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Fang Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal goo to refine immortal goo spring autumn cicada. Becoming an immortal as a mortal, the difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow. My soul was still injured. But thankfully, this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where's the land spirit?" Swoosh! Hu Immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, you are finally awake." Hu Immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a soft voice. She had the appearance of a girl around 50 to 60 years old, cute and petite. She wore a colorful dress, and behind her was a furry snow-white foxtail, swaying left and right, showing her nervous state of mind. "Master, after you fell asleep, I acted on my own and healed the wound on your left arm. I wanted to help you wear clothes, but the clothes in the palace do not suit Master's figure." Who Immortal Land spirit reported. The clothes she was talking about were Who Immortal's clothes. They were worn by women with graceful figures. It would be strange if they suited Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan frowned. "Clothes are only a minor detail. Let me ask you, how long was I unconscious for? During this time, did any strong enemies attack?" Who Immortal's pair of bright eyes blinked. "Master, you slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one attacked." Oh, Feng Yuan's eyes shone. He had never thought that he Fengyang of Crane Gate would protect him and block the other 9 sects from making things difficult for him. But he more or less understood why Gu Immortals did not attack Who Immortal Blessed Land. Who Immortal Blessed Land was not the 3 Kings' blessed land on Sancha Mountain. This blessed land was still young. It had a land spirit and sufficient immortal essence reserves, and even had Dang Hun Mountain protecting the blessed land. These 3 made Who Immortal Blessed Land into a sturdy fortress, enough to make most Gu Immortals stop in their tracks. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of how hard it was to attack this blessed land. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had attacked this place with close to 10 demonic path Gu Immortals. In the end, only he and Song Zhong survived. Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, the rising star of the demonic path at that time. He had not been born yet. At that time, I was already an old senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance and rose to the top, fighting with me for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Thus he became famous. Thinking of his previous life, Song Zhong, this junior, had stepped on him to climb to the top. Feng Yuan could not help but sneer. "Everything has changed in this life. When I find a chance to kill Song Zixing, humph, let's see how Song Zhong will be born." Song Zixing had a blood sea true inheritance. It was an ancient, desolate beast, violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat was not a Gu worm, but could be captured and snatched. With violent blood dragon bats, I have an endless army of blood bats, commanding blood bats. Hee, that was one of my best methods in the 500 years of my previous life. Of course, this is a future plan. Right now, I should use this blessed land to cultivate as fast as possible and return to Gu Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Who Immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced. Heaven was fair. There were strong and weak. There were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations. An earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast. It would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Feng Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last. Who Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity, while Feng Yuan would face the even stronger 6th earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in Biography of Feng Kim Hong? That's right. Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me, the situation is extremely bad. The sixth earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Fang Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched Hu immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now. These 10 sects Gu immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity. With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. It could not take care of its master. Fang Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage. He could be easily targeted. Once Fang Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless. The land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered for a while because his soul was injured. His head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes, the land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Fang Yuan could not wear the clothes in Dang Hun Palace, but thankfully he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Dang Hun Mountain was very strong, but the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland. The grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass. There are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and so on. The land spirit introduced as it drew an image floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea, like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wildflowers. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers. They were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as Gu refinement materials. Some of the flowers had Gu worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland. It was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many Gu worms were there? These wild Gu worms were very easy to capture. As long as Fang Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Fang Yuan. Chapter 414. Fang Yuan heard this and asked, Then how many Gu are there in this blessed land now? Who immortal land spirit slightly raised its head. Right now, there are over 860,000 rank 1 Gu, involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 Gu, 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 Gu, 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 Gu, 8 types. And 1 rank 5 Gu, fox skin Gu. Back then, after Who Immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Feng Yuan was the owner of the blessed land, everything in the blessed land belonged to Feng Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 Gu and 130,000 rank 2 Gu, these two added up to nearly 1 million Gu worms. Feng Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 Gu worms. Blessed lands were created by Gu immortals. After all, it was the foundation of immortals. Just this Who Immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans, like Guyue village, would not be a problem here. As for the number of Gu worms in the blessed land, at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 Gu, and only 1 rank 5 Gu, fox-skin Gu. This kind of situation was also natural, just like Gu masters. Rank 1 and 2 Gu masters were very common. Rank 3 Gu masters were rare. Rank 4 Gu masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 Gu masters, there were only 1 or 2 in 1 million people. This was a pyramid distribution. The higher it was, the fewer Gu worms there were. Only an extremely small number of Gu worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young. If it is managed properly in the future, the number of Gu worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 Gu. It is not a difficult matter, but whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 Gu. Feng Yuan calculated. When mortals raised Gu, they usually only had 5 or 6 Gu. When Gu immortals raised Gu, they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these Gu in Who Immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1 million of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Feng Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment Gu, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 fox-skin Gu was an extremely ordinary defensive Gu. They were effective in defending against wind and water path Gu worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations. They were of little value. Feng Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Who Immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Feng Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world. 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Feng Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more Gu masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Feng Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce. Right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. Among them, there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Feng Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In whose immortal blessed land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Yingming in 3 kings' blessed land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo, Wu Tian, and Xiao Mang's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Feng Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts, there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the Legends of Renzu, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in whose immortal blessed land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Feng Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained whose immortal blessed land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Feng Yuan was prepared to make good use of this whose immortal blessed land and cultivate Tegu immortal realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently, the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land, at least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The 4th earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now, only this many are left. The land spirit pouted. When she spoke of the earthly calamity, her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan saw. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged, it was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Feng Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types it was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Whose immortal had defended it 5 times and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Feng Yuan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these two big problems to suppress the black flames and the flood. I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan muttered softly, but immediately after, Hu Immortal Land Spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand, and the scene changed. Fang Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earthly calamity, blue charmed shadow. Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan saw this, and immediately understood. The culprit that killed Hu Immortal was probably this blue charmed shadow. The original Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master, and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charm shadow. Eventually, Hu Immortal was killed by the shadow and lost her life. Damn it, why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Fang Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul. And once it gets close to Dang Hun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Fang Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Dang Hun Mountain to get rid of this shadow, but how can I lure it? Fang Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was already on the brink of destruction, be it internal or external threats. They were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal parents and spirit affinity houses. Help! She naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fang Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Biography of Feng Kim Hong recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head. The worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans. They lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fang Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal Blessed Land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Fang Yuan back to Dang Hun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance, they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal Green Grape Immortal Essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the 3 Kings' Blessed Land. Chapter 415. Fang Yuan counted carefully. There were 78 beads of green grape immortal essence in the golden bowl. Adding the layer of green immortal liquid at the bottom of the bowl, there were 78.5 beads. The abundance of immortal essence was 100 times that of 3 kings' blessed land. Fong Yuan immediately took out a bead of green grape immortal essence and held it in his hand, then willed and summoned fixed immortal travel goo. Fixed immortal travel goo was like a jade butterfly that was meticulously carved. It was exquisite and beautiful as it slowly flew over. Fong Yuan's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, cold sweat poured out of his body, and his vision darkened. If not for his hand holding onto the side of the golden bowl, he would have fallen down. Master, be careful. Your soul is heavily injured. Don't summon the immortal goo, otherwise you will fall unconscious again. Little Who Immortal called out, her tone anxious and her gaze concerned. No worries, I have confidence. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, slowly opening his palm towards Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo smelled the green grape immortal essence and immediately flapped its wings, gliding in the air for a while before landing on Fong Yuan's palm. Next, it laid on the green grape immortal essence and slowly absorbed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo's name contained the word immortal. It was not without reason. Its food was immortal essence. After a long while, the whole bead of green grape immortal essence was completely absorbed. Goo masters refined goo, used goo, and also nurtured goo. After Fong Yuan refined it, he did not feed Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was starving. The lustrous butterfly wings had already dimmed. This was the first time Fong Yuan had fed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo ate its fill. It flapped its wings in satisfaction and flew into the air. The lustrous green light appeared again. Bits and pieces scattered along with every flap of its wings. It was a beautiful sight. The unique aura of an immortal goo. It was constantly emitting. The cost of feeding immortal goo is very high. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo needs to consume 1 bead of immortal essence each time. But after this consumption, it does not need to be fed for 6 years. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it. But at the same time, the interval between feeding was also greatly lengthened. Rank 1 and 2 goo need to be fed many times a day. But at rank 4, they only needed to be fed once every few months. Rank 5 goo could be fed once every 1 or 2 years, and every time it was fed, the price was huge. It fed Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fong Yuan ignored it and let it fly around Dang Hun Palace as it pleased, as long as it didn't leave Dang Hun Mountain and wasn't killed by that shadow. Currently, Fong Yuan's aperture was only at rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain the complete immortal goo. The main reason for storing the spring and autumn cicada was that it was too weak. Other than that, it was also because of the life goo. After understanding the current situation, Fong Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. Now that he had solved the problem of fixed immortal travel, his next step was to heal the injury on his soul. Let's go. Little fox, immortal, bring me out to look for gutstones. The land spirit immediately responded, Master, you should have done this a long time ago. Please come with me. Little fox, immortal brought Fong Yuan. They arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. The two walked on the uneven mountain rocks. Fong Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to be worried. Master, I will teleport you there. Teleport what? You need to save your immortal essence. Fong Yuan opened his eyes wide. Little fox, immortal, stuck out her tongue. She was startled by Fong Yuan and couldn't help but think, this master is really imposing. Even if he is injured, he is still afraid. Master, there is a gutstone here. After walking for a while, the land spirit stopped and pointed at a stone, shouting. This stone looked like a human gutstone growing on the mountain rocks. Its color was mixed. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fong Yuan quickly walked over and squatted on the ground, using his hand to break this gutstone. Once the gutstone was broken, a goo flew out and turned into a gray, eerie light, entering Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan immediately felt his mind become clear. A brand new strength replenished his soul. The buzzing in his ears also weakened by a lot. Dang Hun Mountain could shake the soul. It was a land of death for all living beings. Now that he was suppressed by the land spirit, Fong Yuan could walk freely. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a pure land of death. The souls of living beings would shatter on the mountain and scatter down, fusing with Dang Hun Mountain. Over time, gutstones would form. And some gutstones contained guts goo that could strengthen one's soul. This was like a place where poisonous snakes lived. There were often detoxifying herbs. All living beings competed. The great Tao was balanced. There was life and death. Dang, Hun Mountain seemed like a land of death, but it contained a trace of life. But this guts goo could only exist for an instant. Within that instant, it would either die or be shattered by Dang Hun Mountain. Although the land spirit could suppress Dang Hun Mountain, the gutstones could not be moved and could only be taken away. Thus, Fong Yuan could only walk on Dang Hun Mountain himself. After replenishing this guts goo, Fong Yuan was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, drinking a mouthful of cool water. He continued, and under the guidance of the land spirit, a competent guide, he found more than 10 gutstones and smashed them one by one. Fong Yuan thus obtained the nourishment of 8 guts goo. Not only was his soul fully healed, but it was even slightly stronger than before. With this Dang Hun Mountain, I will have a mountain of gutstones. As long as I continue to consume guts goo, one day I will be able to strengthen my soul foundation to an unprecedented level. Halfway up the mountain, Fong Yuan's spirits were lifted as he laughed heartily. Immortal Fox was a lucky dog. Due to a stroke of luck, he managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain and moved it to his blessed land. But she was also an extremely unlucky person. During the 5th earthly calamity, she died. If not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would have become the strongest enslavement path expert of the current generation. It is a pity that Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not have time to grow. Fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is in my hands now. The most precious place in Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened by guts goo all the time. Once the soul was not condensed enough, using large amounts of guts goo would cause the soul to expand, and it would be a calamity beyond redemption. But Fong Yuan had 500 years of experience. His life had been full of ups and downs since rebirth, and he had often struggled on the edge of life and death. His soul had already become extremely condensed from setbacks. His expression did not change in the face of life and death, and his heart was like ice when disaster struck. To Fong Yuan, using 100 guts goo was not a problem. The benefits of having a deep soul foundation were many. Whether it was refining goo or enslaving beast groups, there were great benefits. Putting these aside, once his soul foundation became deep, Fong Yuan would not have to worry too much about killing methods like Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils. Dang Hun Mountain was a secret forbidden land. It was first recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was said that verdant great sun charged towards the sky and eventually died. As his father, Renzu, learned of this and was extremely sad, he found wisdom goo to cause trouble. It was wisdom goo that taught verdant great sun to drink wine, which led to this series of events. Wisdom goo quickly said, "Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son is dead, it is not like he cannot be revived. As long as you enter the door of life and death and bring him to the path of life, to the sunlight, he can be revived." Renzu was stunned. He was overjoyed, but suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wisdom Goo. He questioned, Wisdom Goo, oh Wisdom Goo, do you think I am still as ignorant as before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once you enter, you will never come out. Not only did you harm my son, you want to harm me as well? Wisdom Goo quickly said, other living beings do not know the trick to entering and leaving the door of life and death, so they cannot come out. But I know these tricks. I will tell you all of them. You are a living person. If you want to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the path of death. This path is not ordinary. It is the path left behind by Fate Goo when it left Fairness Goo. It is called the path of fate. There are large numbers of Worry Goo in the path of fate. If you want to enter from the path of death, you need Courage Goo. This way, you will not have to fear the torture of Worry Goo. When you enter the door of life and death and see Fairness Goo, you will already be dead. But at the same time, you will see the soul of your eldest son, Verdant Great Sunday. Take him away and come back from another path, the path of life. The path of life is the trace left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. It is also the path of fate. But in this path of fate, there are 3 obstacles. One is Dang Hun Mountain, one is Luo Po Valley, and one is Reverse Flow River. If you want to cross Dang Hun Mountain, you need to smash the gut stones on the mountain and obtain the help of Guts Goo. If you want to cross Luo Po Valley, you need to find the help of Faith Goo. If you want to cross the Reverse Flow River, you have to keep moving forward. Don't stop for even a moment. Renzu listened to Wisdom Goo's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith Goo. Ever since he became blind, Faith Goo's light was the only light he could see. Oh, Renzu, I can feel your determination to save your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but please do not give up on this determination. When you give up, I will be far away from you. Faith Goo said in a caring tone. Renzu found Courage Goo. Courage Goo and Hope Goo were a pair of good partners. Renzu had Hope Goo. He often saw Courage Goo and had a good relationship with it. After obtaining Courage Goo's help, Renzu arrived at the door of life and death and stepped into the path of death. The path of death was filled with darkness. Large numbers of Worry Goo were like yellow fireflies, surrounding Renzu like a tsunami. At this time, Courage Goo shone and helped Renzu chase away Worry Goo. Death required courage. Renzu successfully walked down. His body became whiter and more ethereal, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he reached the end of the path of death, in the deep and stable darkness, he saw Fairness Goo. He was extremely shocked at the huge body of Fairness Goo. You are Fairness Goo? Why is your body so huge? The mountain peak is like a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a grain of rice compared to you. Chapter 4:16. Renzu saw his eldest son and was overjoyed, running towards him. Verdant Great Sun had also turned into a white ghost, lying beside a lake, scooping up the river water to drink. The river water was like wine, its fragrance permeating the air. Verdant Great Sun drank very contentedly. My son, don't drink any more. Come back with me. Renzu walked forward and shouted, My respected father, why are you here? That's great. Come drink with me. Verdant Great Sun opened his sleepy and hazy eyes. Renzu snatched the wine bowl from his hand, saying in exasperation, Don't drink any more. You only know how to drink. Who doesn't know that there is only a lake in the land of death, and the lake water inside is the soup? After the ghost drinks it, it will be muddle-headed and will no longer want to leave. Verdant Great Sun said, Father, you are wrong. This is not soup, it is requiem wine. After drinking it, it can stabilize the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, no longer agitated, and obtain great tranquility in the soul. This is the best wine in the world. I don't care what wine it is. You have to come back with me. Renzu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found that he was as heavy as a mountain and could not be moved. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people die heavier than a mountain. Some people die lighter than a feather. Father, I had reputation goo in my previous life, and bathed in the light of glory and fell to my death. Here, my body became heavier than a mountain, and I can't even move a step. I can only lie here. Ah, Renzu's heart sank, anxiously shouting, I told you, a tall tree attracts the wind. Being famous is not a good thing. Quickly throw away the reputation goo. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. Fame and fortune cannot be brought with me in life, and cannot be taken away in death. After I died, reputation goo left me. But fixed immortal travel goo is still with me. Fixed immortal travel goo could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death. It could even bring him to any place in the outside world. But only by walking on the path of life could Verdant Great Sun truly revive. What should I do? Renzu found that he had been tricked by wisdom goo, although he came to the deepest part of the door of life and death, the endless darkness of obsession death domain, and also found Verdant Great Sunday. However, he realized that he couldn't take his eldest son with him. At this time, Fairness Goo spoke. Oh, Renzoot, you still not understand? There were only two paths leading to the door of life and death, both created by Fate Goo. Life and death were up to fate. Everything had life and death. Only in this way could the universe circulate endlessly. Your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, is dead. This is all fate's arrangement. Just accept it. Moreover, he was living very well here. The obsession death domain was the most peaceful place in the world. He's drinking the best wine in the world without the worries of the outside world. Can't you understand this kind of happiness? The human ancestor stood still. He looked at his own flesh and blood for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't take away his eldest son's soul, at least not this time. He could only bid farewell to Fairness Goo and Verdant Great Sun, leaving obsession death domain. He stepped onto another path, a path that symbolized life, moving from darkness to light. But the human ancestor soon noticed walking on this path was many times more difficult than walking on the dead end. There were many more worry goo on the path of life than the path of death. When Renzu walked on the path of death, the more he walked, the fewer worry goo obstructed him. But when he walked on the path of life, not only were there many more worry goo every step he took, even more worry goo flew over and tried to stop him. Soon, Courage Goo could not hold on. Oh, Renzu, there are too many worries. They will only continue to increase. Only with peace in death can there be endless worry in life. Quickly go to Dang Hun Mountain and knock out the gutstones. If you want to survive, courage alone is not enough. You need guts as well. Renzu quickly went to Dang Hun Mountain. Enduring the pain of his soul shaking, he obtained Guts Goo. With the help of Guts Goo, his soul strengthened. Although it was still shaken, there was no need to worry. He went through Dang Hun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was like a maze, twisting and turning. Sometimes a vast bewilderment fog spread out, loosening the soul. Sometimes Luopa wind that was as sharp as a blade would blow, cutting the soul. Renzu fell into the lowest point of his life, not knowing which direction to go. His soul that was strengthened by Guts Goo gradually loosened in the bewilderment fog. The loosened soul was cut by the Luopa wind, falling to the ground in pieces. Renzu was almost completely lost, but at this time, Faith Goo flew out and illuminated his path. Renzu walked out of Luopa Valley. Only the purest lump of soul was left. He let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling that victory was in sight. He came to Reverse Flow River. This was the last hurdle on the path of life. He went against the flow. It was even more difficult. Endless worries pushed against him, making it difficult for him to move forward. But he persevered, walking towards the light. I am almost there. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Renzu looked ahead. There was only one last step left. He let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing, forgetting Wisdom Gu's reminder. He stopped moving. Once he stopped, Renzu was immediately washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Renzu was washed to the bottom of Luopo Valley. He was so tired he could not move. He was trapped in Luopo Valley. Feng Yuan smashed the last gut stone, groaning in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. Not only had his heavy injuries completely healed, his soul was at least 5 times stronger than before. A powerful feeling overflowed from the deepest part of his heart. This wasn't a feeling of physical strength, but a feeling of mental strength. Be it thinking about problems or multitasking, Feng Yuan had a feeling of being able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gut stones on Danghun Mountain, and not all of them contain guts goo. Feng Yuan felt slightly regretful. When Danghun Mountain was obtained by Hu Immortal, it had changed hands several times. It was completely clean. Hu Immortal moved it into her blessed land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would enslave large numbers of foxes and send them to their deaths on Danghun Mountain. Using their souls to irrigate the mountain, they produced gut stones. But these gut stones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the gut stones on Danghun Mountain, they had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 gut stones, and by now, Feng Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce 1 gut stone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gut stones would be produced. Feng Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now, the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Feng Yuan did not relax. He started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal blessed land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but it also had a huge impact. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling bloodbath groups. I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks. It is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Feng Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths and construct and feed 2 sets of goo worms. If it was before, Feng Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now, he had Hu Immortal blessed land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture goo. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, it is enough to control 2 sets of goo worms. At that time, Feng Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river, and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then Feng Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan took out the second aperture goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture goo, formed by fusing a fake goo with a lifespan goo, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture goo, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch goo are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel goo. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal goo were unique, and in the world, only one immortal goo could exist at any time. Divine travel goo had turned into fixed immortal travel goo and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel goo to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel goo had an extraordinary advantage. It was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal goo, which were hard to capture. The legends of Rinzhu clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel goo in their bodies, other than the brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding. Because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Fang Yuan, with his blessed land and little who immortal land spirits help, there was great hope in refining the second aperture goo. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel goo was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. Once others obtained divine travel goo, then no matter how many top-quality wines Fang Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel goo. Southern Border's Fei clan has top-quality wine, Zhuang Si Fei. Eastern Sea's rank 7 goo immortal, Zhui Xianwang, creates a wine sea storing countless wines and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces, or goo immortals, have 1 or 2 top-quality wines. Their chances of obtaining divine travel goo are much higher than mine. With this, Fang Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture goo. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice. My luck is already extremely good. I cannot gamble on my luck a 3rd time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in 1 fell swoop goo, instant success goo, or natural success goo. Chapter 417. Who immortal blessed land, South Underground. R / Yen wake up, stop sleeping. You've already slept for 3 years. A voice woke Yen Yong up from his slumber. A gray boulder. Its surface was covered with moss. At first, it started to shake. Then it started to shake more, and more dust started to fall. The oval boulder was like a blooming flower. It had 4 limbs and a head. Then it stood up, turning into a gray stone man. Yen Yong had woken up. Grandfather? Yen Yong opened his eyes. Seeing the rockman that woke him up, it was his 800-year-old grandfather, also the tribe leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandfather, why did you wake me up? I still wanted to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yen Yong sighed and grumbled. Rockmen like to sleep. When sleeping, they would curl their bodies into a ball, forming an oval boulder. Usually, they would sleep for 7 to 8 years. Don't sleep anymore. My grandson, you are already 180 years old. Your father died early. Your grandfather, will not live for long either. In a few decades, you will be the new tribe leader of our Huisher tribe. The old Huisher tribe man rubbed Yin Yong's head and said slowly, Rockmen had a long lifespan, usually around 1,000 years. Normal people cannot live past 100 years, but Yen Yong, who was 180 years old, had just become an adult. Grandfather, I don't want to be some tribe leader. After becoming the tribe leader, I can't sleep as I please. Yen Yong mumbled, but seeing his grandfather's glare, he wisely chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader said unhappily, "You brat, why haven't you matured? You've slept for so many years. Quickly clean up, wipe off the moss on your body, pull out all the weeds. Later, bring the tributes and follow grandfather to the surface to pay respects to the immortals. You cannot forget your etiquette. Ah, it's time to pay respects to the immortals again, but why do I remember that there is still more than a year's time?" Yen Yong said as he pulled out the weeds. After sleeping for so many years, there were many weeds growing under his armpits, between his legs, his chest, and back. Especially the black silk grass between his legs. It was as hard as steel and was slightly curved. Every time he pulled out a grass, Yen Yong would feel pain. Sigh. This time, there was a big change. It was a different immortal. This immortal has just arrived not too long ago, and he's the one who wants to gather us. The old clan leader looked worried. A new male immortal? I hope he's easier to talk to than the previous female immortal. Maybe we can talk to him. After all, he has to pay so much tribute every 10 years. It's really a bit strenuous. And the leaders of the other tribes and I share the same opinion. On a wide altar made of bluestone, Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His long black hair flowed down his back as he sat on the main seat. His deep black eyes looked down. Dozens of stone men knelt down below. Among them, there were 8 stone tribe leaders, and 2 of them were gray stone people. 3 granite men, 1 iron man, 1 green stone man, and 1 white stone man. At the same time, there were offerings, a large number of ores. It contained gold, silver, copper, iron, diamonds, gems, and goo worms. Over time, the stone man's body would change, grow all sorts of metals or diamonds or gems. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across these worshippers. Immediately, he understood why Dang Hun Palace was so luxurious. These would be huge wealth on earth, but here, their greatest use was only as a material for goo refinement. Who immortal used these things to decorate the palace because of a woman's love for beauty. If she had a choice of yuan stone, she would definitely discard these gold, silver, and gems like they were old shoes. Among these offerings, the most valuable were still goo worms. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan had once used it on Qing Mao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockman tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground. Their shoulders were even taller than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed, immortal, our Rockman tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking, the north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire. Our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little, the oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? That's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Fang Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then Fang Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east, where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the rockmen were shocked. Soon, they came to their senses and shouted loudly, "Esteemed immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project. We rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal. Isn't that asking us to die?" Instantly, the crowd was enraged. Many young rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Fang Yuan with fierce gazes. "Master," the earth spirit fox immortal next to Fang Yuan saw this scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these rockmen like this, who Immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the rockmen many benefits. "Master, these stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit." Little who Immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Fang Yuan. "Limit?" Fang Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. "You rockmen are really daring. You actually dare to bargain with me? Humph! The place you live. It's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here. You are my slaves. I want to dig a canal. This is not a request. It's not an exchange. It's an order." When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. "Immortal, you don't know what's good for you. You dare to look down on us rockmen." Back then, we rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. Who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal. It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature. We're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate. I've had enough of this broken place. The rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. "You want to leave? Ha ha ha." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, "What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here. My words are providence. You have to abide by it, even if you don't." Ah! Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. "Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power. We're natural warriors. We're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs." Roar! Fang Yuan pushed his palm, and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. Ah, he killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead. We have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Fang Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment, They activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Who Immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Fang Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The Rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Fang Yuan. After a while, they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small Rockmen. Kill. Resist power. Avenge Father. We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth. We've never feared anything. The small Rockmen charged over, and were slaughtered by Fang Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller Rockmen. These Rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Fang Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of Rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old Rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new Rockman, inheriting part of the old Rockman's memories, as well as some important experiences. Or if the old Rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small Rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of Rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one Rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. What's your name? Fang Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yen Yong. The young Rockman stuttered. Do you know why I did not kill you? Fang Yuan stepped on Yen Yong's head. I don't know. Chapter 4:18. 3 days later, the heavily injured Yen Yong returned to the tribe and woke up all the sleeping Rockmen. If it was any other male immortal, he would be a demon wanting to enslave all of us. Not only that, he even wanted to plunder the handsome men of our Rockmen tribe for him to play with. We Rockmen are born from the heavens. We are free and unfettered. How can we bow down to his despotic power? We resisted on the spot. The immortal is too strong. But we Rockmen are not afraid of sacrifice. We had no fear. We finally injured him and forced him to escape. The other tribesmen were sacrificed. Only I returned. I am about to die, but that immortal is still alive. When he escaped, he said that he would lead his fox army to exterminate our Rockmen tribe. Yen Yong was powerless. He mournfully complained, bringing his tribesmen a shocking piece of grievous news. The Rockmen were shocked and fearful, sorrowful, and furious. There were those who declared war, those who wanted revenge, those who wanted to migrate, those who wanted to negotiate. They were like a group of dragons without a leader, be it the successor or the old tribe leader. They all died in Fang Yuan's hands. There were a total of 8 Rockmen tribes. It was a mess. Some Rockmen wanted to ask Yen Yong about the situation. But Yen Yong's injuries were very heavy. He had been unconscious ever since he returned to report to the police. Before they could come to a conclusion, just like what Yen Yong said, the Fox army started to attack the Rockmen tribes. The Rockmen resisted, but the Fox army was much larger than them. The situation gradually became dangerous. The 8 tribes had no choice but to work together and retreat underground to defend. But the Fox army still did not let them go. They kept attacking underground. Even though they had to pay a heavy price for every attack, the Fox army was still endless. The Rockmen cursed Fang Yuan in pain. Their hatred and anger towards him could not be extinguished even by the heavenly river. The situation was getting worse day by day. Despair spread among the Rockmen. But at this moment, Yen Yong woke up. Rockmen could recover through sleep. His injuries were healed. He immediately led his tribesmen and fought a few beautiful counterattacks. We Rockmen are a brave tribe. We do not fear death. Even an immortal cannot humiliate us. Yen Yong gave a speech everywhere, raising the morale. Don't think that the immortal is so strong. Actually, he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He can only send the Fox group to their deaths. He's already injured. At the same time, he encouraged immortals to be injured, bringing hope to the Rockmen. A stone man in despair. He clutched at this glimmer of hope like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. Yen Yong changed the topic and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old patriarchs. The sacrifice of the old patriarchs is our greatest sorrow, especially the old white stone chief. He died in my arms, and before he died, he entrusted the entire tribe to me. I watched as his soul left his body. He felt guilty. Why was he the one who died instead of me? At this point, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, seeming very sad and sorrowful. Immediately, a stoneman persuaded, "Lord Yen Yong, don't be sad. You were able to survive. Give us a warning and lead us to victory. This is already very impressive." "Not bad. Our Metalstone race admires you. Since the old patriarch has entrusted the clan to you, then I'll give it to you. In that case, please lead us Whitestone people." The stoneman liked to sleep soundly and was not interested in power and position. Especially now, at the moment of life and death, they were in a constant state of anxiety. The Rockmen desperately hoped for a strong and brave tribesman to lead them. Thus, Yen Yong first inherited the tribe leader position and took control of Whitestone tribe. A month later, he took control of the other tribes and became the leader of the 8 Rockmen tribes. Another half a month later, he successfully led the Rockmen to chase away the Fox Horde and successfully protected their homeland. But this is not enough. As long as the immortals do not die, we will not have a future. The Fox Horde will regroup and attack our homeland again. We can only attack that immortal mountain and kill the immortals. Only then will we be able to live a peaceful life. Yen Yong immediately suggested attacking Dang Hun Mountain, but a few Rockmen were hesitant. "We have just suffered from the chaos of war. We want to sleep now. Our Rockmen numbers are greatly reduced. We don't have the strength to attack that demon's nest. We have a large number of offsprings. They were born in the war. We need to raise them well. Let them grow up." Yen Yong could only use Whitestone tribe leader. "My tribesmen, do you think I will bring you to your deaths? Attacking the immortal mountain was not my idea. It was a secret that Whitestone tribe leader told me before he died. He said that this immortal mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. There are gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain. If we Rockmen obtain these gut stones, we will be able to increase our strength and strengthen our tribe." Whitestone tribe leader was the oldest and most experienced Rockman among all the Rockmen. Most of the Rockmen thought of him as the sage of the tribe. His last words, along with Yen Yong's high prestige, finally incited all the Rockmen to form an expedition army and attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan specially arranged some Fox Horde around Dang Hun Mountain to form a weak defensive line. Yen Yong encouraged the surrounding Rockmen. "Look, the Immortals' Demon Fox army is almost gone. We are already on our way to victory." The Rockmen won along the way, singing their victory songs as they charged up Dang Hun Mountain with high morale. On Dang Hun Mountain, Fong Yuan brought a group of foxes and started a decisive battle with the Rockmen. Fong Yuan displayed his terrifying strength, killing many Rockmen, causing them to tremble in fear. But at this time, Yen Yong stood out and pointed out that Fong Yuan was injured. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and started a decisive battle with Fong Yuan. The Fox Horde was exterminated. Fong Yuan was indeed no match. He was beaten away by Yen Yong again. "Wait until I have accumulated enough immortal essence from the water and fire. I will return. At that time, it will be your doomsday." Before retreating, Fong Yuan shouted with a sinister expression. The Rockmen were bulky and moved slowly. They were also not familiar with the terrain of Dang Hun Mountain. They could only let Fong Yuan escape. After beating away the immortals, the Rockmen admired and worshipped Yen Yong. They cheered for their victory. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yen Yong stood out. We cannot stay on Danghun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. White Stone tribe leader told me that only during these few days of the year we Rockmen can safely enter and leave this place. Let's move quickly and collect the gut stones on the ground. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were all hard rocks. To maintain such a strong body, the burden on their soul was huge. Once the Rockmen moved too much, their soul would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. When their soul accumulates to a certain level, a portion of it would overflow. This portion of the soul would land on a rock and form a new life. The Rockmen tribe was thus able to reproduce. When the Rockmen obtained gut stones, the guts goo would strengthen their soul. Once their soul was strengthened, the overflowing portion would form small Rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, Danghun Palace, Yen Yong knelt on the ground and lowered his head, respectfully reporting to Immortal, after these 3 days of rest, our Rockmen tribe has gained 6,000 small Rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the entire tribe's population has increased by 3 times. Fang Yuan sat on the high cloud bed, looking down at Yen Yong. Very good. This way, your Rockmen will have enough manpower to excavate the canal. Do you still remember what to do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Yen Yong quickly replied, Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words. I have always engraved them in my heart. Very good. Fang Yuan lightly nodded. I will give you 3 months. I will order you to excavate a canal that traverses the northeast. 3 months? Yen Yong was dazed. Oh, mighty Immortal, we Rockmen need to sleep to nurture our soul. If we overdo it, we will die of exhaustion. The canal is so long, if you only give us 3 months, our Rockmen tribe will not be able to rest at all. If that's the case, when the canal is excavated, our Rockmen tribe will probably all die. Of course not all will die. I have already calculated there will be around 200 people left. Fang Yuan smiled. Yen Yong could not help but tremble. His tribe had over 10,000 people now, but after the canal was excavated, there would only be 200 left. This was such a terrifying sacrifice. 3 months later, I want to see a canal. If not, before I kill you, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen. Scram. Fang Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Yen Yong heard this demon-like threat and trembled in fear. He had a deep fear towards Fang Yuan. He did not dare to retort. His body curled into a ball, and he really rolled away. Master, back then, we spent a huge price to bring in these Rockmen. At the side, little who Immortal Land Spirit persuaded, she could not bear to see large numbers of Rockmen die like this. Don't worry, I still have use for the Rockmen tribe. Isn't it easy to increase the population? Fang Yuan half reclined on the chair, squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad, rank for goo, used for storage. It was one of the goo left behind by Who Immortal. It was only the size of a palm and was grayish-white in color. Its back was covered in black lumps, and its large eyes shone with a strange pale green color. It could only store souls, and when the soul was sucked into its stomach would expand. Fang Yuan used this to collect the souls of the Rockmen and Fox groups that died in the battle. Right now, this burial soul toad's stomach was flattened. The souls that were inside were placed on Danghun Mountain by Fang Yuan, and new gutstones were created. Fang Yuan used a portion of the gutstones to strengthen his soul to 6 times that of a normal person. As for the remaining gutstones, he left them for the Rockmen tribe. Chapter 419. Yen Yong rolled out of Danghun Palace, passing through several dark and winding paths before arriving at Danghun Mountain. Seeing this pink crystal mountain, Yen Yong let out a breath of turbid air. Being far away from Fang Yuan, the pressure and fear in his heart had dissipated by a lot. After trekking on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his clansmen. "Ah, great respected tribe leader, our hero, you are here." A few rockmen immediately cheered. "Please let me kiss your toes to express my admiration for you." A few rockmen knelt on the ground. "Great hero, great hero! Your courage is higher than the heavens, your guts are thicker than the earth." A few little rockmen formed into groups, cheering. Yen Yong smiled. No one knew his bitterness. The cheers in his ears were so lively, and many of his clansmen were crowding around him, but he felt incomparably lonely. He looked at his clansmen beside him. These stone men, who were brimming with smiles, would probably all die in 3 months. They would die from exhaustion from digging the canal. But what could he do? In the eyes of the other rockmen, Danghun Mountain's victory was so grand, so worthy of praise. Only he knew this was just a game that the immortal manipulated behind the scenes. This cruel and cold truth made him deeply understand those rockmen's sacrifice, these difficult and glorious victories, how pale and shallow, how laughable and powerless. He led his clansmen to more and more victories. His fear of Fang Yuan also deepened. That immortal, he is a demon. His heart is even colder than us rockmen's. His strength is greater than the mountains. "I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice. I am really afraid of death. I have not slept enough. I am only 180 years old." Once Yen Yong thought of Fang Yuan's appearance. His heart was filled with fear. His unextinguished conscience was tormenting him. He knew he was about to personally push almost all of his clansmen to death. He was being interrogated by his conscience. Every praise from his clansmen was like a whip lashing his heart until it was riddled with scars. "Honorable, beloved chief, you're finally back. Everyone is waiting for you." The rockmen opened up a path, allowing Yen Yong to walk to the high ground unobstructed. "My people, in the past 3 days, our tribe has grown many times stronger. Our expedition has yielded splendid results. However, this kind of victory was far from enough. You are willing to continue walking with me towards a better tomorrow." Yen Yong looked down from above, asking loudly. The rockmen used their loudest voices to cheer, expressing their 120% support for Yen Yong. Yen Yong nodded. He had already expected this situation. It wasn't that there weren't any troublemakers or wise old stone men, but in the many fierce battles, they had all sacrificed themselves heroically. The only ones left were the stone men. Most of them were newborns and had purer minds. As for those old rockmen, almost all of them were Yen Yong's hardcore supporters. Some were even his fanatical worshippers. Yen Yong patiently waited for the cheers to end. Then he continued, "In the past 3 days, I've been thinking in a place with no one around. How should we deal with the immortal that escaped? With immortal essence, the immortal can mobilize the demon fox army and have terrifying battle strength. He must have retreated to the water swamp in the north, or to the fire pit in the east to catch his breath. We can't let him recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too wise. We cannot let that damned immortal accumulate immortal essence. When that damned demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what should we do? The water swamp and the fire pit are both extremely dangerous places. Even us rockmen can't stay there for long. Furthermore, these 2 places are so vast, who knows where the immortal will run to?" The stone men were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yen Yong interrupted everyone's discussion. He shouted, "So I thought of a solution. We need to use earth to fill up the water swamp and the fire pit. This way, that immortal will not be able to recover his immortal essence. My God, that's a crazy idea. Immediately, a stone man exclaimed, "My great tribe leader, the water swamp is so vast, it makes people feel discouraged. And the fire pit has a fatal heat. How can we use earth to fill it up? That's impossible." An old stone man retorted. Yen Yong looked deeply at this old rockman, remembering it in his heart. This rockman dared to rebuke him. It proved that his admiration for him was not enough. In the future, I will give him the heaviest work and tire him to death. At this time, another old rockman spoke. We cannot be rash. I thought of a solution. Maybe we can dig a large canal to divert the water into the fire pit. The power of water and fire will cancel each other out. This will save us a lot of trouble. Yen Yong's killing intent became even more intense. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was more threatening than the previous rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided to give this old rockman the task of guarding the fire pit. Let the demon fox army kill him, and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. Yen Yong calmly praised this old rockman, shouting, "This is my idea. We need to dig a large canal as soon as possible to divert the water and quell the fire, not letting immortals have a place to accumulate immortal essence." Actually, before White Rock tribe leader died, he also taught me. He said that the flood in the north, the fire in the east were all caused by that evil male immortal, that they were the source of his power. Just like how we rock men eat the earth. So White Rock tribe leader already predicted this. White Rock tribe leader is indeed the sage of us rock men. White Rock tribe leader is already 998 years old. Of course, he knows a lot. The rockmen nodded, praising White Rock tribe leader, at the same time expressing regret for his death. Rockmen slept most of the time. They did not interact much with each other. This sense of distance, mystery, made the dead White Rock tribe leader's intelligence even more unfathomable. According to the saying on Earth, if the old chief of the White Stone tribe were to hear this from the underworld, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Feng Yuan. Even his soul was not spared. It was placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Feng Yuan and shattered. His essence fell on the mountain, forming a gut stone. It was unknown which stone man had smashed this gallstone into pieces. Or maybe it was Feng Yuan's people. After discussing for a while, the rockmen came to an agreement. They were willing to dig a canal under tribe leader Yen Yong's lead to connect the water and fire. Feng Yuan hid behind the scenes and saw everything. Seeing that the situation was set, he ordered Little Who Immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power. The rockmen instantly felt their souls tremble. They felt dizzy. Many little rockmen fainted on the spot. Not good. Let's go out quickly. Dang Hun Mountain is about to show its might. Yen Yong said, smoothly leading his tribesmen down Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original homes, but directly went to the northeast region. Majestically, in Dang Hun Palace, Feng Yuan watched these rockmen leave through the fluctuating smoke. His expression was emotionless. "Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen?" Little Fox Immortal's tail swayed, uneasily, speaking in a tactful tone. Feng Yuan chuckled. "Are you trying to persuade me to use gentle methods to deal with the rockmen?" "Master, you are so smart." Little Fox Immortal's big eyes shone. "Heh, it seems you do not understand it well. Most of the time, the power of hatred and fear is greater than gratitude. Back then, when Feng Yuan learned of the existence of a rockman tribe, he was quite surprised. Rockmen lived underground. They ate soil as food and were good at digging. A large group of stone men could even build an underground city deep underground. Rockmen could help the Blessed Land's owner excavate underground resources. They were very good slaves. Many Gu immortals wanted to buy many Rockmen and move them to their blessed land. As for who immortal blessed land with Dang Hun Mountain, as long as there were enough souls. Even if there was only one Rockman, they could use the gutstones to reproduce into a huge tribe. Fang Yuan could use this to raise Rockmen on a large scale and engage in slave trade with other Gu immortals. Back then, Hu Immortal did all she could to move the Rockmen here. It was because of this plan. Indeed, Rockmen were amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Most Rockmen were tough men with iron bones, brave warriors who did not fear death. Many Gu immortals chose to be gentle, subtly squeezing out the benefits from the Rockmen. Hu Immortal used this method, but Fang Yuan did not use this method. It was too gentle. The benefits that could be squeezed out had to be squeezed out cleanly. The competition in this world was so cruel. Not only was it competition between people, the cruel earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were like a flood washing away countless heroes throughout history. So what if they were Gu immortals? If they did not fight for every bit of resources, quickly equipping themselves and strengthening themselves, then Hu Immortal's outcome was the best example. Demonic Path members should race against time, haggle over every cent, plunder everything to strengthen themselves. Since I am a superior, I should understand. Rules, laws, friendship, and morality are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. After fighting with the Rockmen for so long, there were only 7 months left before the 6th earthly calamity. The water swamp in the north and the fire pit in the east were the scars left behind by the earthly calamity. They were the weak parts of the blessed land. When the earthly calamity strikes, they are the weak points of the blessed land. How much water a wooden barrel can hold is determined by the shortest wooden plank. How heavy a chain could pull up depended mainly on the weakest part of the chain. So what if the Rockmen hate, loathe, and countless people curse me? If pure hatred, loathing, and cursing in this world is useful, then what is the use of strength? Chapter 4:20. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was the construction site where the Rockmen were digging the canal. Rockmen eat mud as food. Many Rockmen had goo worms on their bodies that could be used. Lord Tribe Leader, you can't do this anymore. Yesterday, another 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They died so pitifully, they did not even have a descendant. An old Rockman knelt in front of Yen Yong, crying loudly. Once a Rockman died from exhaustion, their soul would dissipate. There would not be any leftover souls to form small Rockmen. Yen Yong beat his chest, shouting, "How can I not know? How can I not know? Our tribe's heroes died again. For our tribe's bright future, for a better tomorrow, they sacrificed their lives." Precisely so, we cannot slack off. Ever since we started work, we have already suffered many attacks from the Fox groups. These Fox groups are getting bigger and bigger. Evidently, that male immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces is recovering his immortal essence. We need to continue working hard, dig the canal, and make him lose his foundation of strength. The old Rockman was stunned. But, Tribe Leader, you are a good Rockman. I understand that you are thinking for our tribe. These heroes will not die for nothing. Look over there. I have already set up heroic tombstones for them. In the future, our children and grandchildren will all pay respects to them and be grateful. Yen Yong pointed far away. There were many tombstones erected there. There were already many of them. The old Rockman looked at the tombstones, sighing. The scene of a large number of Rockmen dying from exhaustion. When they first appeared, Yen Yong, the new tribe leader, had already ordered people to build these tombstones. Their low morale was immediately boosted. Every day, There were rockmen dying from exhaustion, but they were still working hard. They are all dead. What is the use of these tombstones? The old rockman was one of the few clear-headed people. He was deeply worried about this. Tribe leader, he persuaded again, we rockmen also pay attention to reproduction. These rockmen who died from exhaustion, their souls have completely dissipated. They do not even have descendants. Yen Yong's expression did not change. He did not speak. Among the small rockmen beside him, someone shouted angrily, "You old bastard, are you afraid of death?" The old golem straightened his neck and said, "Kid, what are you talking about? I am getting old, but I've always been a stone man. How could a stone man be afraid of death? Since you're not afraid of death, why are you wasting your breath? That's right. We are contributing to the tribe. For the sake of the collective, what's the big deal about sacrificing some personal interests?" Beside Yen Yong, there was a group of little stone golems. At this moment, they all opened their mouths and shouted, "Old senior, if you're tired, you should take a rest first. Don't worry. My time is tight. I still need to rush to other places to monitor the progress." Yen Yong patted the old rockman's shoulder and walked past him, continuing his journey. A group of little rockmen followed behind Yen Yong, chattering away. They expressed their disdain for the old stoneman. Being scolded by this group of juniors made old stone man extremely depressed. He was seething with anger. He wanted to refute loudly, but he saw that there were large stone slabs erected everywhere around the construction site. All kinds of slogans were engraved on the stone slab. "I'll do it even if I die. As long as the people are united, we can build a grand canal within 3 days. The more daring the rockmen are, the more productive they will be. Create a beautiful future for the rockmen. Long live tribe leader Yen Yong. For the rockmen's bright future, sacrifice your life, sacrifice your youth." A fanatical atmosphere enveloped the rockmen's hearts. Even the stone man who died from exhaustion had a smile on his face before he died. Old stone man wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth a few times, nothing came out. He knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long while, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the ground. A muffled sound was heard. Old stone man stood up without saying a word. He bent his back and walked towards the construction site. Yen Yong rushed to the next section of the construction site. The river had already started to take shape. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the river. At the side, the little stone men, who were slightly weaker, formed small patrol squads. Some were supervising the construction site. Some were carving slogans. Some were erecting tombstones of heroes. These little rockmen were called the Rock Guards, formed by Yen Yong himself. Report to tribe leader. 5 to 6 little rockmen immediately rushed in front of Yen Yong, loudly reporting the results of these days of labor. Reporting to the great tribe leader, "We have dug another 50 li in this section of the construction site." Reporting to the great tribe leader, "We have regretfully sacrificed 120 of our tribe members. They are all heroes of our tribe." Reporting to the great tribe leader, "We actually found 3 lazy and sleeping clansmen in the construction site. This is the shame of our Rockmen tribe. We must denounce them." "Very good, very good. You are all good. Remember, you must erect tombstones for the heroes who died. At the same time, tie up those shameful people, denounce them in front of everyone, let them know their shame and become braver." Yen Yong said, "Yes, you are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You must continue to work hard." Yen Yong praised. The little rockmen were so excited. Their bodies trembled. "Everything is for the Rockmen tribe. Respected tribe leader Yen Yong, you are our glorious flag. We will unite by your side and walk towards the bright future together." They all shouted, their eyes filled with passion. Yen Yong subconsciously avoided their gazes. The passion of these little rock men made him feel terrified. He gazed far away, far away. Every section of the river was being dug intensely. Yen Yong could see many of the rock men, their broad backs facing the yellow soil and the sky. The river that was tens of meters wide, section after section, extended out of sight. This was such a grand project. Every time Yen Yong saw such a scene, his heart would surge. As long as they were united, the Rockmen tribe's power was so strong, it could change the heavens and earth. But when Yen Yong thought of Fang Yuan, the most terrifying demon in history, his surging heart was like a cold wind blowing past, suddenly turning into a snow-white glacier. No matter if it was the little fox groups outside, or the slogans on the stone slabs, or the organized rock guards, they were all part of that demon scheme. With so many methods, they managed to weaken the Rockmen tribe's retaliation to the lowest level. Yen Yong personally executed all of this. Seeing the river forming day by day, his fear of Fang Yuan grew. That male immortal not only had terrifying martial strength. What made people feel despair was that his craftiness and viciousness were also unfathomable. Yen Yong felt himself sinking into the abyss. He was as low as an ant, and behind him, it was Fang Yuan's mountain-like figure. He was looking down at him. He was like a walking corpse or a puppet. The strings that controlled his limbs were in Fang Yuan's hands. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Seeing his clansmen working so hard to dig the canal, he felt even more desolate and sorrowful. If it is possible, I would rather not know the truth and live in a lie. Wouldn't that make me look happy? Yen Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the little rockmen to the next section of the river. This is the last estrus goo. Go. Primeval essence had already been poured in. Fang Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green, bean-like goo into the sky. Estrus goo exploded, turning into pink light powder that sprinkled down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in the light powder and immediately became restless. Soon, countless male foxes crawled on the female fox's back, moving around and injecting life essence into the female fox's body. Foxes had different gestation periods. For example, golden foxes could give birth to little foxes after 2 months of gestation. Each litter would have 3 to 4 foxes. And for desolate beasts like 3-tailed foxes, even 100 years of gestation was not enough. Normally speaking, the stronger the beast, the longer the gestation period. But in the current who immortal blessed land, the fox groups were more ordinary and their gestation period was shorter. Ever since the Rockmen started digging the river, Fang Yuan had been using estrus goo every day to give birth to the little foxes and strengthen the fox group. Who immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th heavenly calamity, she was killed by the blue charm lightning shadow. Thus she did not have a set of enslavement path goo worms. But in her Dang Hun Palace, there were still many goo left. For example, support goo like burial soul toad, expenditure goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare enslavement path goo worms. Most of them were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Fang Yuan had already used up most of these goo. Under his efforts, the number of foxes had increased by several times. Although foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not support such a large number of foxes. In less than 2 years, many foxes would starve to death because they could not find food. But Fang Yuan could not care about that anymore. His only thought now was to survive the 6th earthly calamity. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The canal was dug, traversing the northeast. A vast expanse of white water flowed along the wide river, surging and creating countless waves. Whoosh! The water flowed into the burning fire pit. The power of water and fire collided, evaporating the river and forming a large amount of water mist that rose into the sky. When the river water calmed down, the black flames were mostly extinguished, only the edges were left, and there were still 3 areas left. This way, the water and fire were balanced, the water in the north subsided, and the ground was exposed. Large amounts of water flowed along the canal, pouring into dozens of huge craters in the east, forming many lakes. Even though there was still a large amount of mud in the north, the east had already turned into scorched earth. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Fang Yuan's secret instructions, Yan Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Hu Immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the blessed land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Fang Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds. It was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the 6th earthly calamity. Chapter 4:21. Several months later, in Hu Immortal blessed land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the 6th earthly calamity's descent. Even though Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger. It was a severe test of life and death for the blessed land and Gu Immortals. By the time Fang Yuan took control of the blessed land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short. He could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one, nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second, keeping fixed immortal travel Gu and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped, far away in the sky. The sea of clouds rumbled. A lump of light was brewing. "It's here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast blessed land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity, Fang Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Fang Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among which there were desolate beasts. In the blessed land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the blessed land together, wreaking havoc in the blessed land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the blessed land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it, it is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal Gu, its battle strength would surpass ordinary Gu immortals. This mysterious, desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar, it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Fang Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud, just as Fang Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like two steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then, 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then, they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab! Upon seeing this scene, Fang Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Danghun Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch, it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors. Its other 18 chelicerae, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of chelicerae. But in reality, they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body, there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path goo worms. Sometimes there was even an entire group of goo worms. Fortunately, who immortal blessed land has abundant immortal essence. I have abundant immortal essence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. When the mud crab first appeared, the land spirit had already used the heavenly power of heaven and earth to imprison all of its goo worms. Be it rank 1 or rank 5 goo, they could not display their power. The crucial question was whether this desolate beast had an immortal goo or not. If this mud crab had an immortal goo, it would depend on what immortal goo it was. Immortal goo were unique and extraordinary. The blessed land could not imprison them. Immortal goo were the key factors that affected the entire situation. After the mud crab completely stretched its limbs, it slowly moved its body towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Large numbers of fox groups covered the entire mountain, surging towards the desolate beast like a tide. Soon, they surrounded the mud crab. Their claws and teeth bit on the mud crab's claws, while the sturdy golden foxes charged over. But the mud crab was huge. It was simply a giant. As it moved forward, ordinary fox groups could not stop it. Instead, they were trampled into meat paste. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He still commanded the foxes to send themselves to death. He had reproduced so many to be sacrificed. Injuries would accumulate. It would be good if he could stop the soul beast for even a little bit. But the mud crab continued to move forward with a crushing momentum, not moving an inch. It was like a moving mountain, ignoring the fox groups below it. The colorful waves of attacks hit the swamp crab's body like countless brilliant fireworks. This was the power of the 100 Beast King, 1,000 Beast King, and myriad Beast King of the fox group. They had many goo worms on them. Under the power of the goo groups, the mud on the mud crab's body was completely knocked off. The gigantic, yellow river finally stopped for a moment. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of mud. At the same time, countless small gates opened on its stomach. Yellow mud gushed out like a yellow mud waterfall. The mud fell on the grassland, instantly forming a large swamp. In the yellow mud, strange-looking crabs stood up. Some were huge, like fierce tigers. Some had sharp claws, like steel needles. Some had 8 claws and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-strong crab army was formed. It is indeed a mud crab. It can give birth to countless small crabs at any time, forming an army. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The fox group and the crab army fought, entangling intensely. The fox army shrank greatly, suffering heavy losses. The crab army's casualties were many times that of the fox group, but the desolate beasts continued to produce an endless number of crabs. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the fox groups hiding outside the mountain. Fortunately, I used up all the estrus goo and produced a large number of fox groups. Otherwise, the army would not be enough. In this short period of time, Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The number of fox groups he commanded was too huge. Even though his soul was 6 times that of a normal person, he could not endure it. With the crab army opening the way, the mud crab continued to move forward, regaining its previous speed. The claws on both sides of its body. They landed alternately like a song with an elegant rhythm. But beneath its feet was a tragic battlefield. Blood flowed like a river, corpses were piled up, every inch of land was stained with blood. The mud crab did not differentiate between friend and foe. Every time its claws stepped, a mass of blood would burst out. When the claws were raised, in the deep pit on the ground, there was fox meat paste, as well as the broken shells and limbs of the crab. This desolate beast was so huge and majestic. In all fairness, its speed was not fast, but precisely because of this, it gave people a huge psychological pressure. Seeing it coming over, Fang Yuan felt like a guillotine of death was hanging on his neck. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The desolate beast in front of him was the king of the swamp. It was covered in carapace, hiding in the depths of the swamp all year round. Even its eyes had degenerated. There was no weakness at all. Fang Yuan mobilized the fox group. He tried to block it, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab approached him. Can you teleport it away? Fang Yuan turned his head and asked Little, who a mortal land spirit. Gu immortals were different, blessed lands were different, and the power of the land spirit was also different. Some land spirits could teleport. For example, the tyrannical tortoise in Three Kings' blessed land. Some land spirits could not even do so. Some land spirits could summon wind and rain, while some could control the flow of time at will. Let me try. Little Who Immortal's breathing was rapid. She also felt a huge psychological pressure. She mobilized her immortal essence. Using all her strength, her cute little face turned red. Ayaya! She let out a tender, childish cry. With a light swoosh, the giant swamp crab disappeared from where it stood, moving 9,000 paces away. Success! Little Who Immortal's face was flushed. She gasped for breath. Fang Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Master, I used a bead of green grape immortal essence just now. Little Who Immortal reported with a pained expression. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He continued to mobilize the countless foxes and continued to attack the mud crab. After a few minutes, the mud crab got close again. The land spirit had to use the same trick again and teleported away. Another bead of green grape immortal essence was lost. Little Who Immortal was pained, while Fang Yuan's heart was also bleeding. In Who Immortal blessed land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now, he used another 2 to teleport the mud crab. He still had to use this immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire blessed land in the future. There were many places where immortal essence was needed, but Who Immortal was already dead. These green grape immortal essence were like water without a source. No matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Some crabs charged up the mountain from a direction that was overlooked. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He immediately ordered the land spirit to release a portion of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Immediately, the area where the crab army was moving became a dead zone. Countless crabs died, instantly, their bodies lying on the ground unharmed, but their souls were shattered. The situation was very strange. Unfortunately, Dang Hun Mountain's power has a lasting effect on the soul. The desolate beast's soul is strong. It can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Dang Hun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden land. Fang Yuan did not participate in the battle personally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Fang Yuan did not know if it had won or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Fang Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus, the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the third time, Little Who Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Fang Yuan could react, she grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble! With a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. Chapter 4:22. It hugged its head and howled in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Dang Hun Mountain. In Dang Hun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Fang Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Who Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Dang Hun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Dang Hun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly, and creating huge black pits. Fang Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Dang Hun Mountain. In the entire world, there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads, and the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Who Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence, and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead, they cooperated. When Fang Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Dang Hun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Dang Hun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed, and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. "Not good, Master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land." Little Who Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Fang Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. "Ah!" Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Do this." It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tian T Mountain had demonic path Gu immortals. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Fang Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Fang Yuan's orders, Little Who Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob, sob, sob. The blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Who Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. Their only hope was to kill these two troublemakers. But I do not have any offensive immortal goo. Even if I use rank 5 goo on the swamp crabs, there will be no effect in a short period of time. I can only take a gamble now. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Desolate beasts were extremely powerful. Just by relying on their majestic physique and fierce recovery ability, they could ignore many rank 5 goo, especially this swamp crab. Its defense was extremely strong and was considered high level among desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had many rank 5 goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo, and so on. When used on the swamp crab, it was like throwing pebbles into a lake. It could only cause slight ripples. He needed to attack continuously to gradually gain some effect. But Fang Yuan could not activate these goo worms to attack. Once he reached the mountain, he would be attacked by the blue charm lightning shadow. Even if he gave the goo worms to the land spirit, Fang Yuan did not dare to take the risk. The land spirit would also perish. Once it was destroyed by the blue charm lightning shadow, Fang Yuan would not even have the ability to use fixed immortal travel goo to retreat. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Although Fang Yuan had 2 immortal goo, they had no offensive ability. Don't teleport anymore. Let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan shouted, ordering Little Who Immortal Land Spirit, release all of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Buzz. Dang Hun Mountain had always been restricted by Little Who Immortal. Now that it was completely released, the whole mountain immediately became hazy. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power directly spread out of the mountain, extending for 3,000 steps, sweeping through the surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace did not change under the land spirit's control. The gigantic swamp crab quickly got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its hard shell could not provide any protection. Its soul suffered an intense attack, causing its movements to freeze. But soon, it went berserk. Its speed more than doubled as it attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Bam! Its huge claws were like steel pincers, smashing heavily on Dang Hun Mountain. The hard mountain rocks were as fragile as flour at this moment, and holes were easily smashed into them. The huge hole was at least a few hectares in size. Dust rose, and the whole of Dang Hun Palace shook. Little Who Immortal Land Spirit's face turned pale. Dang Hun Palace continued to shake. Dust fell, and cracks spread on the walls and pillars like snakes. Suddenly, Little Who Immortal let out a miserable cry. Not good. That blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the north. It is wantonly destroying the heaven and earth, creating many holes. The scene in front of Fang Yuan changed, showing the scene of the blue charm lightning shadow attacking the heaven and earth, creating holes. The blessed lands east and north were constantly being corroded by the remnants of the earthly calamity. They were weaker than the other regions. The blue charm lightning shadow was targeting the blessed land's weakness and attacking it. Luckily, we balanced the fire and water. Otherwise, the blue charm magic shadow would have destroyed everything. It would be 10 times worse than it was now. Master, what should we do? Little Fox Immortal was at a loss. The situation was so bad that it could not get any worse. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer that pierced straight into the heart. It consumed immortal energy intensely and was wantonly destroying Dang Hun Mountain at the same time. As for the blue charm film, it was extremely sinister. He would specifically look for the weak points of the blessed lands and make them bleed. Every loophole it created was a bloody wound on the blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. Land spirit, move the swamp crab. Move 3,000 steps away each time. Yes, in this way, the distance was shortened and the consumption of immortal essence was correspondingly reduced. Within 3,000 steps of Danghun Mountain, the soul-shaking power could still cause damage to the swamp crabs. Land spirit abandoned the entire northern region. Fang Yuan ordered. Ah, Little Fox Immortal was stunned. She did not dare to believe her ears. Who Immortal Blessed Land's northern region had an area of 1,000,000 hectares. With one sentence from Fang Yuan, he was going to abandon it. Once it was abandoned, Who Immortal Blessed Land would forever lack this piece of land. Fang Yuan was definitely going all out this time. Who Immortal Blessed Land was only 6,000,000 hectares. He was actually going to abandon 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Fox Immortal hesitated. Quickly do as I say. Fang Yuan stared at the image in front of him and shouted. Little Fox Immortal pouted her red lips as her eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her face as she bawled. Land spirit was the representative of heaven and earth. Abandoning the blessed land was like cutting off one's own flesh. Abandoning the entire northern region was like a person chopping off his own leg with his own hands. Master, don't. Little Fox Immortal cried loudly. She begged, but Fang Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He did not make any compromises. Master's orders could not be disobeyed. Little Fox Immortal could only bear with the pain and abandon the entire northern region. That blue charm shadow was in the center of the northern region, destroying heaven and earth and creating a hole. When it sensed that something was wrong, it hurriedly moved and attempted to rush out of the northern region. But when it was 10 kilometers away, it did not manage to escape in time and was trapped in the northern region. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Its voice was filled with indignation, but it made a mistake. The blue charm shadow could only disappear along with the northern region and land in the central continent. Success. Seeing this, Fang Yuan was so excited that he almost shouted. If it was any other time, the blue charm shadow's soul would not be injured and it would definitely be able to react in time. If not for the fact that it was attacking the heaven and earth crazily, causing it to lose its energy and speed, it would definitely be able to escape quickly. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan endured the pain and sacrificed himself to protect himself. He finally got rid of the blue charm shadow. As for what kind of trouble it would cause outside the central continent, that was not within Fang Yuan's consideration. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Danghun Mountain was still shaking. The wild beast swamp crab's soul was so strong that it forced itself to attack Danghun Mountain. The closer it got to Danghun Mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Who Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast soul was strong and pushed down Danghun Mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Danghun Mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang, bang, bang. The pillars in Danghun Palace kept collapsing, and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Who Immortal's sobs. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continue to grow, become stronger, and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Dang Hun Mountain, no longer breathing. Chapter 423. Fong Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain was full of holes and shattered rocks. It was a mess. Red blood, yellow mud, fox, and crab corpses piled up together. The desolate beast, swamp crab's huge body, was pressed down on Dang Hun Mountain's waist. It was like a protruding hill, extremely eye-catching. A light breeze blew Fong Yuan's long black hair. His deep eyes slowly looked at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood irritated Fong Yuan's nose. Following closely behind him was the land spirit, Little Fox Immortal. Her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her pink little face. She was still sobbing. "Master, our losses are too severe. We lost over 1,000,000 mu of land. We only have 71 beads of immortal essence left. Of the 4,700,000 Fox group, only 310,000 remain. We also lost over 700,000 goo worms." Who Immortal had worked hard for so many years, but after this battle, the entire blessed land's development had regressed by 40 years. But Fong Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his eyes could not conceal his joy. He had survived this earthly calamity in the end. This was a critical juncture. Now that this was over, Fong Yuan had time to catch his breath. Facing the seventh earthly calamity, he would have more time to prepare. "Don't cry. The blessed land is preserved. We have hope. Dang Hun Mountain did not collapse. We have the resources to start. Although we lost 1,000,000 mu of land, we will not need it in the short term. It will not hinder our development." Fong Yuan patted the land spirit's head, continuing to console. "Look, not long later, Dang Hun Mountain will be filled with gut stones, and we will control the Rockmen tribe. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was chased away. Next, we can develop without any worries. Who Immortal blessed land will prosper again." This was an extremely intense battle. Countless foxes and crabs died near Dang Hun Mountain. At the same time, the swamp crab's soul was shaken into essence and fell onto Dang Hun Mountain. It could be predicted. Not long after, large numbers of gutstones would appear on Dang Hun Mountain. What Master said makes sense. Little Fox, Immortal, gradually stopped sobbing and thought about it carefully. That was indeed the case. The earthly calamity was like a baptism. Who Immortal blessed land managed to survive. But not only did it suffer heavy losses, it also benefited greatly. What a pity the swamp crab has a large number of goo worms. Now, they have all been killed by Dang Hun Mountain. Little Who Immortal pouted. It stared hatefully at the gigantic shell of the mud crab. "Rejoice. This desolate beast does not have an immortal goo. Otherwise, we might not be standing here." Fong Yuan heaved a long sigh. This was where he was lucky this time. The power of a crucial immortal goo could easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo and was killed by Fong Yuan, how could Fong Yuan capture the immortal goo was a huge problem. Who knew this wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become a huge threat to Who Immortal blessed land. They would be able to survive this earthly disaster. Fong Yuan was already satisfied. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, but he managed to kill a desolate beast that even goo immortals had a headache over. Land spirit, clean up the battlefield. Preserve the swamp crab's corpse well. I am going to rest. Fong Yuan patrolled the area and relaxed, feeling an intense sense of fatigue. He had commanded millions of foxes. His soul and mind were already exhausted. He urgently needed to sleep. "Okay." Little Who Immortal replied crisply. She looked at the swamp crab's huge shell, her eyes shining with a bright light. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure trove. Its blood, fur, bones, internal organs, and so on were all good materials for Gu refinement. "You damned crab, I am going to strip you naked." Little Who Immortal wrinkled her nose and grinned, revealing her canine teeth as she walked towards the swamp crab, muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. This time, Fang Yuan had a very comfortable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he was truly relaxed. The 6th earthly calamity had just passed. Fang Yuan had gained a lot of time. He could finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his first rebirth, he had been roaming around, struggling and resisting. Especially on Sancha Mountain, he had racked his brains and used all his methods. Now, he had finally protected the blessed land. To Fang Yuan, it was a stable back. If Hu Immortal blessed land was destroyed, he would be in trouble. He had exposed many things. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about fixed immortal travel Gu. Fang Yuan was not a Gu immortal yet. This immortal Gu could not be kept in his aperture. Its aura would leak out and be easily detected by Gu immortals, who would try to snatch it. Now, fixed immortal travel Gu was placed in Hu Immortal blessed land, and with immortal essence, it could be nurtured. Besides this, there was also the refinement of second aperture Gu. Without Little Hu Immortal's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could not refine this immortal Gu. He would have to wait until he became a Gu immortal. By then, divine travel Gu would probably belong to someone else. It would be too late. Protecting Hu Immortal blessed land was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lay down for a while before getting up to eat and drink. After filling his stomach, he went back to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours before waking up. His fatigue was swept away, he felt refreshed, and his mind was clear. His condition was very good. "Land spirit, where is it?" He stomped his feet and called out. With a whoosh, Little Hu Immortal tore through the air and teleported, appearing in front of him. "Master, I dismantled that crab. We can definitely sell it for a good price." Little Hu Immortal's face was red. She had personally dismantled the culprit. It made her feel both relieved and excited. "That's right, Master. There are 3 letters here. During the earthly calamity, someone stuffed them in through the loophole." Little Hu Immortal said, as she took out 3 Gu and handed them to Fang Yuan. When the loophole was big enough to become a passage, people could enter and leave. Before that, some Gu worms could be stuffed in through the loophole. These 3 Gu, they were all information path Gu worms. One looked like a paper crane. It was rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane Gu. One was a green bird, vivid and lifelike. One was a green bird. It was rank 5. It was letter sending Gu. One looked like a small sword. It was rank 3 flying sword letter Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He first took out the letter sending green bird Gu. The green bird transformed into a letter. It was a letter from the rank 7 Gu Immortal Feng Joga. But Fang Yuan was not shocked when he saw this messenger green bird Gu for the first time. He was shocked. He had a premonition the moment he saw this letter sending green bird Gu. His tone was gentle in Feng Joga's letter. He first expressed his praise and congratulations to Fang Yuan. Then he explained the purpose of the letter, to arrange a battle for his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. It turned out that after Feng Kim Hong returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been extremely depressed and could not express it. During this period of time, she had been cultivating diligently. She wanted to get back at him. She was the one who proposed the battle. She wanted to have an honorable contest with Fang Yuan, betting on the honor of Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. "Humph, you want to fight, so I have to fight?" Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He was so short on time, he did not even have enough to cultivate. Fang Yuan would not accept Feng Kim Huang's challenge for nothing. Feng Kim Hong was a heaven's proud daughter. She had a Gu immortal parent and the support of her sect. Even if she had a blessed land, even if an earthly calamity came, there would be a large group of people who would take the initiative to help her. But Feng Yuan was a loner. He had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play with such a rich Missy. Her thoughts are not clear. She wants to get back at me. Must I accompany her? Ridiculous. Feng Yuan sneered. Different from others, he was not afraid of Feng Zhouge. In the near future, Feng Zhouge would be recruited by Celestial Court and successfully ascend. It would not be so easy for him to descend to Central Continent. But in this letter, this father and daughter seem to think I am a disciple of Crane Gate. What is going on? A trace of doubt flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. The other party was a Gu immortal. They naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. This meant that there was definitely a hidden story. Feng Yuan took out the flying sword letter Gu. Opening it, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was full of cursing Feng Yuan's 8 generations of ancestors, and even using Crane Gate's honor to pressure Feng Yuan, inciting Feng Yuan to accept the challenge. Finally, it was a threat. If Feng Yuan did not agree, he would expose the contents of this letter to the world, letting the whole world know that Feng Yuan was a coward. A coward. Feng Yuan read it carefully and smiled lightly. So it is Jian Yisheng. Jian Yisheng was a Metal Path Gu master. He had a wretched appearance and personality. He was most proficient in sneak attacks and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic Path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was a true villain. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he had sneak attacked him several times. Finally, Feng Yuan was enraged and created a sea of blood, trapping Jian Yisheng in his blessed land, not daring to come out and accept the challenge. This lasted for 20 years. Jian Yisheng finally understood that he had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He knelt in front of Feng Yuan and surrendered without any demeanor of a Gu immortal. As for why this guy challenged Feng Yuan, it was his bad luck. After Feng Yuan abandoned his blessed land, he chased the blue charm lightning shadow to Tianti Mountain, but coincidentally, Jian Yisheng bumped into him. Right now, although Jian Yisheng was a Gu immortal, he did not have an immortal Gu. He was beaten up by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped to his own blessed land in a sorry state. Only then did he get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow. After returning home, he calculated his losses and immediately stomped his feet in anger. After finding out the culprit, he sent the flying sword letter Gu to challenge Feng Yuan. Humph, he clearly knows I am still immortal, but he challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even said it so righteously, claiming to be fair. This guy is still as shameless as he was in my previous life. But why did he treat me as someone from Crane Gate? Feng Yuan was doubtful as he opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu. He opened it and took a look. His pupils shrunk as he showed an expression of astonishment. What? Feng Zheng is still alive. As he read on, the doubts in his heart were finally cleared away. So that's it. He Feng Yang from Crane Gate is an astute person. He actually thought of this method to get rid of his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. How can I join Crane Gate? But the transaction in the letter is what I need. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan calmed down. Chapter 424. The towering Tianti Mountain pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000,000 meters. It was at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritance, the mountain of sages. In ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals and mortals leading to the Celestial Court. Immortal Crane sects, elite disciples were standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain. They had already waited for an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? This Feng Yuan is putting on too much airs, isn't he? Shoo, be quiet. He is Guyue Fangjing's brother, and now the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of which, Fangjing's brother is really amazing. He even defeated Feng Qimhong, Xiao Qixing, and Ning Shengji. So what if I had a sect supreme elder supporting me and activating fixed immortal travel goo? I would also be able to obtain the blessed land. Our sect's elders are really scheming. On the surface, they sent Fangjing to attract the firepower, but the real trump card is his brother, Fang Yuan. To make this matter seem real, Crane Gate lied to the sect's disciples. Crane Gate's disciples only then knew that there was a Guyue Fang Yuan in their sect. In these 3 months, Guyue Fang Yuan became the most discussed person in Crane Gate's disciples. He was low-key and mysterious, attracting everyone's curiosity. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, helping Crane Gate obtain Who Immortal Blessed Land, and even gaining face for Crane Gate, causing other disciples to feel proud. The discussions behind him continued to enter Fangjing's ears. Fangjing stood at the front of the crowd. His gaze was heavy as he looked at Tian Ti Mountain. These days he was like a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived. When Fangjing left Qing Mao Mountain, he was determined to take revenge, to seek justice for his dead clansmen. He was burdened with a blood feud, and the strong will of vengeance supported him, forcing him to cultivate diligently. He worked harder than all the other disciples and did not slack off at all. He had imagined countless times that when he found Fang Yuan, he would defeat Fang Yuan, make him kneel on the ground, and repent for all that he had done on Qingmao Mountain. The people in the underworld who knew about this would be able to rest in peace. Therefore, when he was climbing Dang Hun Mountain, he wanted to give up countless times, but he persevered countless times. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan, there would always be a strong force in his heart that supported him and allowed him to continue climbing. He was determined to obtain Who Immortal Inheritance, not only because he did not want to disappoint his master and the sect's expectations, but also because Who Immortal Blessed Land increased the possibility of his revenge by several times. However, he never expected that the blow of fate would come so suddenly and so heavily. Guyue Fang Yuan, his biological brother, the protagonist of countless nightmares, had suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. Then, in front of everyone, he seized the inheritance, and even Gu immortals could do nothing about it. The defeated Fangjing returned to the sect. Shock, pain, bewilderment, fear. He knew the sect's lies. He was an insider and knew the truth of the matter. But it was precisely because of this that the shadow in his heart grew even larger. This shadow was something Fang Yuan had cast on him since he was young. Why is Big Brother so smart? But I am stupid. Why did I still lose to Fang Yuan despite cultivating so hard? Why was it like this in Southern Border and now in Central Continent? Don't tell me that I, Guyue Fangjing, will have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life and never be able to defeat him. Every time Fangjing thought of this, an unwillingness would rise up from the depths of his heart, giving him even more motivation to cultivate even harder. But this time was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fangjing's body could not help but shiver. The blessed land was in Fang Yuan's hands. The sect had to recruit Fang Yuan in order to obtain Who Immortal Blessed Land. As long as he was willing to hand over Who Immortal Blessed Land, he would become an elder of Crane Gate. In Central Continent sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and true disciple, rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders. Their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders. Their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were usually secretive and rarely seen cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years from outer disciple to inner disciple, then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Fang Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Fang Zheng thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Fang Yuan really became an elder, then he, Fang Zheng, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I've put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Fang Zheng stood at the foot of Tianti Mountain, waiting for Fang Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenchiru immediately consoled him. Fang Zheng, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for her immortal inheritance, including an immortal gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Fang Zheng, you need to understand, it was Crane Gate who nurtured you. Now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture. You cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart. He understood Fang Zheng very well, thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Fang Zheng forward. It had already become his cultivation obsession. But now, the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Fang Zheng's. This was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Fang Zheng would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. But what can we do? After all, that is a blessed land. And at the same time, there is a forbidden land like Dang Hun Mountain. The gut stones on the mountain will be supplied to the sect's disciples, and the whole sect's strength will rise sharply. Besides this, Fang Yuan has blood skull gu and even fixed immortal travel gu. The value of these things is too great. How can a mere elite disciple compare to them? Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart, but on the surface he said to Fang Zheng, "My good disciple, you need to restrain your desire for revenge. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Treat this as a tempering of your nature. When you see your brother, do not attack. In the blessed land, you are not your brother's match." Saying this, Master Tenchiru could not help but think of He Fenyang's instruction before they set off. "I know the grudge between the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. If there is a need, we can sacrifice Fang Zheng. You can negotiate on behalf of Fang Zheng." He Fenyang was under a lot of pressure. All the supreme elders were paying attention to this matter. "Master, you want me to treat this as a tempering of my nature? I will try my best." Fang Zheng's fists loosened and loosened, showing the struggle, pain, and anger in his heart. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that their enemy was dead. This was pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find their enemy, but they could not defeat him, and his enemy was still living happily. This was even more pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that they could not defeat their enemy. They even had to negotiate in a friendly manner, hoping that their enemy would become their superior. This was the greatest pain of all. Fang Zheng, don't be too conflicted. Fang Yuan is not having a good time either. The blessed land has an earthly calamity. You cannot imagine the might of an earthly calamity. Even if your brother has immortal gu, he is still immortal. In a while, he will deeply understand the terror of an earthly calamity. By then, The earthly calamity will be full of loopholes, and the losses will be severe. This trip of yours has a high chance of success." Master Tenchiru consoled him. Fang Zheng heard this, and his mood relaxed a little. "The earthly calamity has started," Fengyang muttered. He lived in seclusion behind the scenes. 1 was to protect these elite disciples, 2 was to prevent other Gu masters from plotting against them, and 3 was to help Fang Yuan at the crucial moment if he could not resist the earthly calamity. At this moment, he stared at the location of Hu immortal blessed land hidden on Tianti Mountain and sensed the destructive aura unique to the earthly calamity. Soon, his lips curled up, because on Tianti Mountain there was a phenomenon. Piece after piece, the phantom image of a grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. It was like smoke or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on the mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and it was a rather large loophole, allowing outsiders to peek at the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only be stuffed in some Gu worms. There was still some distance before Gu masters could enter. Master Tenchiru had already shouted, "The loophole has appeared. Quick, send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu in." Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, and under everyone's gaze, he injected his primeval essence and activated his Gu worm. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu shot into the loophole like a bolt of lightning. But soon, the phantom image of the grassland turned into a lump of primeval chi, dissipating from heaven and earth. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu flew 2 rounds before returning to Fang Zheng's hand. This is Fang Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside Gu masters to enter. Fengyang was slightly shocked, but soon sneered. "I'll let you cut it. Let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh." However, after a while, Fengyang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land. It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage. No wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, Fengyang's expression turned ugly. Chapter 4:25. On Tianti Mountain, the holes were densely packed and were appearing frequently. Not only the elite disciples of Crane Gate were watching closely, there were also many Gu immortals hiding behind the scenes, paying close attention. Using this time, Fang Zheng tried 3 more times, finally successfully sending the lightning paper crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew over, following the hole and entering Hu immortal blessed land. This is letter-sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Jioga trying to do? Fengyang saw this, and his expression turned grim. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide, and his face was filled with extreme shock. Oh my God! He actually cut off such a big piece of blessed land. Fengyang was tongue-tied. He was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan gave away a whole 500,000 square kilometers of blessed land. The entire mountainside of Tianti Mountain was filled with the shadows of the blessed land. A large grassland covered everyone's vision. A Gu immortal reacted the fastest his sword light flashed, and he revealed his true body. Ha ha ha, such a huge blessed land. It is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Jian Yisheng shouted excitedly. He wanted to pull this territory into his own blessed land and expand his territory. But right at this time, a lightning light shot out. Fuck me. Jian Yisheng was caught off guard. He cursed and was sent flying by the blue charm lightning shadow like a cannonball. Jian Yisheng was not easy to deal with. He immediately fought with the blue charm lightning shadow. The commotion was intense. The mountains shook. The elite disciples of Crane Gate were all dumbfounded. What made them even more shocked was more than 10 figures appeared on the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves. They split up this 500,000 square kilometers of who immortal blessed land at lightning speed. You damned bitches. I lured the monster away. I worked hard and did a great job, but you didn't leave anything for me. I am your ancestor. I curse you to have your assholes blocked when you shit, and to have sons that grow on your heads. One sword was so angry that he shouted. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He was in a sorry state after being chased by the blue charm shadows. There's also that little thief Fang Yuan. He's truly vicious and audacious, actually scheming against me. Fight me if you have the guts. He shot out the flying sword Lettergoo. The flying sword Lettergoo's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, it had the ability to pierce through space. Even if there were no loopholes, it could still shoot into the blessed land. Everyone at the crane gate was dumbfounded. Is this the demeanor of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yisheng is truly an embarrassment to us Gu immortals. He Fengyang could not help but cover his face with his hands. At this moment, it glowed with a platinum light. There was a vermilion gate tower within the light. It was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored plaque on it. The pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the rainbow light shone on Fang Zheng's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Zheng disappeared from where he stood, moving the blue charm shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu immortal's abilities. But to move a Fang Zheng, it was still possible. Therein, He Fenyang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was the blue charm shadow, but the platinum radiance brought along the vermilion door. It suddenly retracted. The blue charm lightning shadow's attempt to charge into who immortal blessed land failed. Fang Zheng felt his vision blur for a moment before he focused his eyes again. The scenery around them had changed drastically. He was on the grassland, and the grass was all around his feet. The sea of clouds above their heads cast a thick shadow. Not far away, there were a few lakes with clear and crystalline waves. We've reached to immortal blessed land. Fang Zheng reacted quickly. The goo worms on his body were all sealed, just like when he first entered the blessed land. A cloud of smoke rose in front of him and expanded to the size of a floor mirror. Fang Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting, leaning against the back of a chair. His legs were crossed. His left hand was placed on his raised knee, while his right elbow was placed on the large armrest, and his palm was supporting his face. His black hair hung down freely, and his eyes were half squinted. His leisurely and languid movements and demeanor gave off a dangerous, demonic, and dark feeling. My adorable little brother, to think I could see you in Central Continent. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign to Fang Zheng, yet so familiar. Fang Zheng's body shook. His eyes were filled with intense hatred as he growled, "Guyue Fang Yuan, you are a deranged demon, an executioner who slaughtered my kin. I will kill you with my own hands." Saying so, he charged towards Fang Yuan. But this Fang Yuan was just an image formed by a cloud of smoke. Fang Zheng dispersed the smoke. Soon, the dispersed smoke gathered again, forming a perfect image of Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Fang Yuan, you don't even have the courage to meet me? You coward, shameless traitor, inhumane bastard. The worst that could happen was death. Yet, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, you killed your entire family. How could you do such a treacherous thing? Are you still human?" He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and leaned against the back of the chair in satisfaction. "My dear little brother, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Whether I did it or not, they will die. If that's the case, why can't I live? Without my counterattack, do you think you will be brought back to Central Continent? On the contrary, I am the one who saved you. I'm your savior after all." Bullshit, preposterous, and shameless. Fang Zheng heard Fang Yuan call himself his savior, and his nose became crooked. The smile on Fang Yuan's lips gradually disappeared, and he sighed. Fang Zheng, my little brother, you really disappoint me. You haven't improved at all these years. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just someone's pawn. All right, let's get down to business. I have read the letter from Crane Gate. Don't talk nonsense about promising me the position of an elder from now on. Instead, we can make a deal. Fang Zheng's chest heaved up and down, and his breathing was heavy. He stared at Fang Yuan's image with hatred in his eyes. This pair of brothers looked so similar, almost identical, and they had the most intimate blood connection. Unfortunately, they were mortal enemies. Fang Zheng breathed roughly a few times and finally restrained his surging killing intent towards Fang Yuan. Thinking of the sex orders, he said, "Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms in whom mortal blessed land. But the guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here. Bring them to Dang Hun Mountain." Stop. Before Fang Zheng finished speaking, Fang Yuan interrupted, "I still don't believe your Crane Gate's sincerity. This is what I want. Prepare it for me first, and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have Yuan stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as Yuan stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look." The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Fang Zheng's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Fang Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials, as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace, and so on. Fang Zheng raised his head and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. "Check it. Is there anything wrong?" After Fang Zheng left, Fang Yuan did not relax and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not meet Fang Zheng personally because he was worried that there was an immortal goo hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan. They would not lack immortal goo. Although Fang Zheng's aperture could not hold an immortal goo and could easily leak the immortal goo's aura. But the Goo Master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal goo's aura. Fang Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Fang Yuan relaxed. "I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise?" Fang Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy, Fang Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends. Everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Fang Zheng hated him. So what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, they will lose everything if they attack forcefully. So Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding, because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan. But this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jian Yisheng and Feng Zhouge's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Fang Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, he was still a demonic path cultivator. He was still a human. He could still do things freely. Nobody could restrict him. But at the same time, he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Langya blessed land and snatch connecting heaven goo. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch to immortal blessed land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me. There is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Fang Yuan warned himself. As for his brother Fang Zheng, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using blood skull goo, but the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate and put himself in a dangerous situation. Killing his own brother, this was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Fang Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes onto immortal blessed land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Fang Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Chapter 426. He Fengyang carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Fang Yuan only wanted 3 things: yuan stone, goo worms, and materials. 5 million yuan stone? Sure. Not to mention 5 million, even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. He Fengyang sneered. At the level of Gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted. They did not care. Oh, and 5 spring egg goo? He Fengyang was slightly stunned. Spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo. It looked like a white goose egg and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg goo was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg goo represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone. But spring egg goo's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening Gu worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced. In a sense, spirit springs could save immortal essence. To think that this Fang Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo is in short supply even for Gu immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your Hu immortal blessed land will belong to our Crane Gate sooner or later. He Fengyang shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Fang Yuan listed many Gu worms. What does he want so many low-rank Gu worms for? He Fengyang was puzzled. If Fang Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality Gu worms or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 Gu worms. Although there were rank 4 ones. Their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 Gu, we will tamper with the Gu worms. So he plans to refine the Gu himself. The process of Gu refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a Gu worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined Gu worms are all safe and clean. He Fengyang suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how does he know so many Gu refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. He Fengyang was secretly shocked, but on second thought, he smiled again. This Fang Yuan, you don't know what's good for you. Was goo so easy to refine? Every goo refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the goo, the higher the failure rate, and the greater the loss. How old are you? Goo refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. He Fengyang did not know Fang Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel goo was refined by Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. He Fengyang continued to read. Oh, among them, he also asked for relic goo. 1 yellow gold relic goo. 3 purple crystal relic goo. He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Fang Yuan was planning. Fang Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the goo immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic goo. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic goo to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic goo. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic goo and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic goo. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic goo, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time, I will first trade a purple crystal relic goo to make this Fang Yuan coveted. These relic goo are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts goo. He Fengyang continued to read. Other than goo worms, there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare goo refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine goo. Refine. But why does he want star, heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine, and so on, these extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials. Some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even He Fengyang had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me, or trying to divert my attention, or refining some rare goo worm, I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I will give him a jar of ascension wine this time. This ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's 3rd Supreme Elder. It was He Fengyang who had joined the 3rd Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the 3rd Supreme Elder was in a good mood and rewarded him with 3 jars of ascension wine. The 3rd Supreme Elder liked to drink wine. It was one of the pleasures of life. But He Fengyang did not like it. Ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to goo immortals. So many desolate beast corpses. It seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Fang Yuan's luck is really good. He used Dang Hun Mountain to kill the swamp crab soul and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. He Fengyang only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity's situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely, but did Fang Yuan ask for any rockmen in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rockmen and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Who Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel goo? And who was behind him? He Fengyang did not know these questions. Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these 5 regions were independent. They each had their own barriers and were extremely vast. Crane Gate did not even have complete control over Central Continent, not to mention extending their tentacles into southern borders' various regions. However, ever since Fong Yuan's snatch to immortal inheritance, Crane Gate had already sent elders to southern border to investigate. Several days later, "We're here. Let's plant the spirit spring here." On the grassland, Fong Yuan stopped and said to Little Who Immortal, who was following behind him. Little Who Immortal nodded her small head. She waved her hand, and spring egg goo flew out. The spring egg goo landed on the ground and drilled deep into the soil. In just a moment, Fong Yuan felt the ground shaking and the sound of flowing water. It became louder and louder. Next, with a bang, spring water spurted out of the ground, reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet. The spring water was milky white in color. Water vapor dissipated. After a few breaths of time, Fong Yuan could feel the primeval qi in the air. It had become extremely dense. Primeval qi is the source qi of all living beings. The more abundant the primeval qi, the more fertile the land, and the more lush the vegetation. The more prosperous the beast groups will be, the more benefits the rockmen will gain. Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The transaction with Crane Gate was a success. Fong Yuan sold all the swamp crab corpses. At the same time, he obtained a large portion of the things he wanted. Among them, there were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was rank 5. It was rank 5 and could only be used once, turning into a small spirit spring. Activating it had a high requirement on the Goo Master's primeval essence. At least a rank 5 upper stage Goo Master had to expend all their primeval essence to successfully activate it. Fong Yuan only had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He could not activate the spring egg goo. But fortunately, he had the land spirit Little Who Immortal as Fong Yuan's helper. These 3 spring egg goo were buried by Fong Yuan near the Rockman tribe's homeland. After the 6th earthly calamity, the fox groups in Who Immortal blessed land were pitifully few and not worth nurturing. Fong Yuan placed all his attention on the Rockman tribe. Now, there were only a few hundred Rockmen left. They were even rarer than the foxes. But with Dang Hun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribe would rapidly grow stronger. Master, this is great. With these 3 spirit springs, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence will be reduced. Little Who Immortal smiled happily as she looked at the spring water spurting into the sky. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million yuan stone. It can last for 50 to 60 years. But for the entire blessed land, it is far from enough. Even the southern part of the blessed land is lacking. Fong Yuan said, spirit springs were divided into small, medium, and large. Small spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, medium spirit springs could last for over 100 years, and large spirit springs could last for hundreds of years. The gushing spring water pushed the surrounding soil away, and the spring mouth gradually expanded. The spring water's momentum was not strong enough, and the height was slowly decreasing. After 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would officially form, and the spring water would flow, soaking the surrounding soil. In the next few months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of yuan stone. Let's go back first. The Rockman tribe over there should be overjoyed. Fong Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the 2 teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. Heavens, so many gutstones. This place is a mess. There was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless. Tribe leader Yen Yong, we can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stone men cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Dang Hun Mountain was filled with gutstones. Within 5 steps, there would definitely be one. The rockmen enthusiastically crushed the gutstones, strengthening their souls. Many small rockmen were already born, and they were also beating the gutstones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred rockmen left, but in just a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening, they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain were also harvested. On the fourth day, Dang Hun Mountain started to show its might. The rockmen could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. Chapter 427. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In the huge stone cauldron that was as tall as 5 people, the green-blue liquid was bubbling continuously. All in the water looked like it was boiling, but it was actually overflowing with cold air. Even if a rockman were to put his hand in, he would instantly turn into a popsicle. Fong Yuan stood in front of the cauldron, splitting his attention to control it while taking out the primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating the primeval elder goo as pieces of yuan stone flew out. Plop, 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 yuan stone fell into the cauldron, splashing water. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could store 1,000,000 yuan stone at most. It was like a crystal ball. Translucent, the clouds in the ball condensed into Old Man Cloud. There were a lot of yuan stone stored inside. Old Man Cloud was smiling. When yuan stone was little, it was a crying expression. When large numbers of yuan stone were thrown in, Old Man Cloud's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a bitter melon expression. Fong Yuan had used over 500,000 yuan stone in this goo refinement. If it was before, he would not have been able to afford it. But now, he was rich and imposing. After selling the desolate beast swamp crab and buying a lot, he still had over 6 million yuan stone left. Yuan stone was thrown in, forming a whirlpool in the cauldron, causing the liquid to spin rapidly. The cauldron was shaking slightly. The goo refinement was at a crucial moment. Fong Yuan was completely focused. He could not be distracted anymore. His forehead was soon covered in sweat. He could only call out softly, "Land spirit." "Yes," Little Who Immortal answered crisply, quickly throwing silver ingots into the cauldron. The silver ingots fell into the water, causing the whirlpool to slow down. The silver ingots finally calmed the water in the cauldron, turning into solid silver ice cubes. Finally, the liquid in the cauldron completely froze. Large amounts of silver fog spread out. It froze the cauldron, even spreading 5 steps away, dyeing the ground silver. Fong Yuan breathed heavily. The goo refinement has been going on for 3 days. It is finally over. Rise. The silver ice cubes cracked. Goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, shaped like small cups or trumpet flowers. His palm was wide enough to hold 3 of these goo. Their entire bodies shone with a brilliant silver light. Used to store liquids, they were used to store goo worms. Little Who Immortal counted carefully and beamed. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, 137, 146, 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo at once. We can sell it for a lot of money. What are these goo worms? Hee, these are all silver light cup goo. I still need to use them to refine goo, so I won't sell them. Fong Yuan smiled. This silver light goo was refined by a goo immortal 380 years after Fong Yuan's previous life. The fusion continued. After reaching rank 5, it would be the goo Fong Yuan needed. Of course, it was impossible to sell it now. These days, I have used large numbers of guts goo to strengthen my soul, to 52 times that of a normal person. That was why he wasn't too tired. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this gu refinement. The benefits of strengthening the soul foundation were starting to show. If Fengyang saw this, he would not dare to underestimate Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's gu refinement attainment. It was already much higher than him, but his head was still slightly dizzy. Every time he refined gu, his soul would be burdened, not to mention Feng Yuan's large-scale gu refinement. If it was before, Feng Yuan could only rest and sleep to recover his soul. But now he had a better method. Land spirit, this cauldron is already useless. Get rid of it. I will take a walk outside. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately started working. 3 to 4 days had passed. Large numbers of gutstones condensed on Danghun Mountain again. Feng Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, and the flying guts gu immediately recovered his soul and even strengthened it a little. Feng Yuan immediately felt that his head was no longer dizzy, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He laughed heartily. This guts gu is indeed a legendary gu. Its effect is amazing. I might as well strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Feng Yuan felt refreshed, and his movements were light and quick. 77 times. Feng Yuan's thoughts were like lightning, every thought flashing like sparks. 85 times. The strength of Feng Yuan's soul had already surpassed the limit of his body. 92 times. Feng Yuan could clearly feel his soul. In his senses, his soul was grayish-white, and its appearance was no different from Feng Yuan's, except that it was extremely strong, with bulging muscles and a body like a bear or a tiger. And although Feng Yuan's body was strong, he only had the back of a wolf and the waist of a bee. His soul was stored in this body, and there was a feeling of pressure. Had he reached the limit? 93 times. Feng Yuan stored another guts gu, and his soul was strengthened again. This time, Feng Yuan felt an unprecedented carefree and comfortable feeling. This kind of pleasure was 100 times better than taking drugs, tasting delicacies, or even having intercourse. Even a tough man like Feng Yuan could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable comfort and intoxication made one forget to return and enjoy the endless taste. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, but his heart was on high alert. He crushed the gutstone again, and his soul became stronger again. This time, the feeling of comfort was several times stronger than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling of comfort that came from the depths of his soul was so strong that Feng Yuan's whole body was trembling, his muscles and bones were numb, and the feeling was indescribable. 100 times. The intense intoxication was like a hurricane, and Feng Yuan almost fainted. This is the limit. I can't use guts gu anymore. Feng Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to keep himself awake and not lose himself in it. Ordinary people could only raise their soul by 100 times, and it was commonly known as 100-man soul. This was also the limit of life and death. If the soul was strengthened even a little, the whole soul would explode with a loud bang. It would be like eating too much and causing the stomach to burst. But the explosion of the soul was countless times more serious than a bloated stomach. The soul would completely dissipate, instantly destroyed, and after being preserved for a period of time, it would slowly rot into white bones. If Feng Yuan was immersed in the pleasant feeling, he could not help but use another guts gu. He did not even have the chance to activate Autumn Cicada, and directly died, completely vanishing from this world. It is a pity I do not have Luopa Valley. In Luopa Valley, there is bewilderment fog, which can make the soul loose. There is also Luopa Wind, which can cut the soul. When the soul is tortured like this, it will become even more condensed and refined. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. The strengthening of the soul was only an advantage in terms of quantity. It had to be refined and condensed. That was the advantage in quality. In this world, there were many goo masters who focused on soul cultivation, and they were collectively called soul path goo masters. Soul path and strength path were equally famous. They were also the glory of the olden antiquity era. It was just that strength path had declined by now, but soul path had not declined. It was still a major path in the current era. The goo master who created soul path. In the entire history of the world, he was extremely famous. He was spectral soul demon venerable, a rank 9 goo immortal who looked down on the universe and ignored all living beings. He was truly invincible in the world, a legend that dominated an entire era. At the same time, he was also the rank 9 goo immortal with the greatest killing intent. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. In his dark era, he treated the 5 regions as his slaughterhouse. All living beings were silent. He could slaughter them as he pleased. They were powerless to resist. Spectral soul demon Venerable had once said, "In this huge world, Dang Hun Mountain is the best choice for strengthening the soul, and Luopo Valley is the best choice for refining the soul. If one could obtain a mountain and a valley, they would definitely achieve great success in soul path. They would be able to roam the world unhindered." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopo Valley were soul path goo cultivators, 2 sacred lands that were equally powerful. Fang Yuan was extremely fortunate to obtain Dang Hun Mountain. It was a great benefit from his rebirth, but the chances of obtaining Luopo Valley were very slim. He did not even know where Luopo Valley was. However, even though I do not have Luopo Valley, I can use other soul path goo worms to replace it. Divine soul goo, dragon soul goo, ice soul goo, dream soul goo, moon soul goo, general soul goo, resentful soul goo, poem soul goo, and others can refine my soul, allowing me to continue strengthening my soul and break through 100-man soul to 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not use Crane Gate to obtain these goo worms. If Crane Gate tampered with the goo worms that directly affected the soul, it would be too dangerous. But Fang Yuan knew very little about the refinement recipes of these goo worms. Most importantly, he had not considered which goo worm was most suitable for him. For now, 100-man soul is enough to deal with the situation. I should focus on how to trade rockmen. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while before coming back to his senses. The desolate beast swamp crab had already been sold, but Fang Yuan did not intend to sell the gutstones for the following transactions. Selling the gutstones would strengthen Crane Gate. This was not something he wanted to see. In the following days, Fang Yuan continued to refine goo and cleanse his aperture. A month's time passed quickly. Because of Nine Eyes Liquorworm's help, Fang Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4-peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 golden cup goo. Golden cup goo and silver cup goo were not much different. They were both rank 3 goo used to store liquid. Next, he used golden cup goo and silver cup goo to refine together. After spending 7 days and 6 nights, with good luck, he finally obtained 3 rank 4 golden cup and silver cup goo. He put down his work and looked at the Rockman tribe. So many days have passed, the Rockman tribe should have split up. Most of the stone man's life was spent sleeping. Normally speaking, when a Rockman is close to 300 years old, their soul will accumulate to a certain extent, and they will be able to produce a descendant. After that, every 200 years, a young Rockman will be produced. If nothing goes wrong, when a Rockman lives to 1,000 years old and dies of old age, he will have 4 descendants. But because of the gutstones, the Rockman tribe's population increased rapidly from a few hundred to over 300,000. The rapid increase in population caused the Rockman's internal conflicts to increase, intensify, and erupt. The Rockman's social structure was very loose. they could only organize 100,000 people at most. Sure enough, after the coup d'état, the Rockman tribe split into three, each tribe having an average of 100,000 people, each with a spirit spring as the center, settling down. Fang Yuan took out the newly refined slavery goo and gave it to Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Slavery goo, from rank 1 to rank 5. Fang Yuan refined all rank 3 slavery goo. It was enough to control the Rockman tribe. Little Who Immortal moved the slavery goo 10,000 li away and directly used it on the crucial Rockmen. How could the Rockmen's souls be the match of Fang Yuan's 100-man soul? They were easily enslaved. In an instant, Fang Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders, including Yan Yong, as well as more than 10 Rockman elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control, turning one's hand into rain. This move already had a trace of a Gu immortal's elegance. Pure sight. Chapter 4:28. Not selling gutstones, but Rockmen. Fengyang looked at the letter in his hand with a dark expression. In Who Immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu was what Crane Gate needed the most. Once they had the Guts Gu to increase their soul foundation, the strength of all Crane Gate disciples would increase by 30%. Moreover, gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, they could only be mined on the spot. This way, using this excuse, Crane Gate's disciples could enter Who Immortal blessed land. As time passed, Fang Yuan's vigilance would gradually decrease, and it would be much easier for Crane Gate to secretly tamper with him. But Fang Yuan refused to sell gutstones, no matter what. Fengyang was gloomy. Since when did I, a grand Gu immortal, have to be troubled by a mortal thief? He gritted his teeth as he thought. His handsome young face was now somewhat distorted. He had battle strength, but he could not use it. Fang Yuan was holed up in Who Immortal blessed land like a tortoise, and with fixed immortal travel Gu, he could leave at any time. Fengyang and even the entire Crane Gate were afraid of harming him and did not dare to touch him for the time being. It seems that the Rockmen that Who Immortal moved in back then are still alive. But this thief Fang Yuan sold so many Rockmen at once. How many Guts Gu did he use to nurture them? Thinking of this, Fengyang felt his heart bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Who Immortal blessed land had been extended by 5 times. That was only about a year. Fang Yuan nurtured so many young and strong Rockmen. If he gave these Guts Gu to Crane Gate to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this scoundrel Fang Yuan would rather nurture the Rockmen than let immortal Crane sect use them. His heart could be destroyed. He could be destroyed. What made Fengyang angry was not just this. More importantly, he was still angry at himself. Fang Yuan sold so many Rockmen, even if he was a Gu immortal, he could not help but be moved. In the blessed land, if there were enough Rockmen, Gu immortals could excavate underground and extract large amounts of underground resources. All kinds of metals, gems, ores, as well as Gu worms, underground creatures, and so on, came in an endless stream. Other than that, if there were more stone men, they would be able to build an underground city. This would indirectly expand the space of the blessed land. There was no strength in the blessed land. The resources that Gu immortals excavated mostly came from the surface. This is just a flat surface. However, with the addition of the stone men, they could even use the underground. The benefits would definitely multiply. And on the market, the supply of stone slaves could not meet the demand. The stone man spent most of his life sleeping. An ordinary stone man would die at 1,000 years old. In his life, he could only produce 4 descendants. If he used soul path Gu worms to strengthen the Rockman's soul, it was not impossible. Many Gu immortals had tried but had never succeeded. There was only one reason. That was the cost. The value of a soul path goo worm was much higher than a single rockman. Unless there were some goo immortals who had special needs for the rockmen, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this world, only Fang Yuan, who controlled Deng Hun Mountain, could do this. He could raise so many rockmen without restraint. And in this transaction, the price that Fang Yuan gave in the letter, it also moved He Fengyang quite a bit. Even if Crane Gate did not use it himself, he could sell it for a profit. But even if there was a bargain in this transaction, He Fengyang was still unhappy. He knew that this was the bait that Fang Yuan threw out. He was not afraid that you would not be moved. He was not afraid that you would not eat it. And just like what Fang Yuan expected, He Fengyang was moved, Crane Gate would also be moved, and the other goo immortals would also be moved. The Rockman slave trade would be popular for at least 100 years. Fang Yuan, this despicable thief, he is truly crafty. But with this batch of rockmen, first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder could see the results. It can also make that Lei Ten shut his mouth, and I can finally let out a sigh of relief. He Fengyang took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. He squinted his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. But Fang Yuan, don't be too smug. Since you don't want to sell Guts Goo, I won't sell Relic Goo either. Don't you want yellow gold Relic Goo and purple crystal Relic Goo? No way. Fang Yuan was lying on the chair, looking at Crane Gate's reply. Because the blue charm lightning shadow was still guarding Tian Ti Mountain, Little Who Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's entrance, so Crane Gate used Flying Sword letter Goo. Fang Yuan took a look and saw the contents. He Fengyang's letter. Other than agreeing to the transaction, he also clearly stated he wanted to trade Guts Goo. For Guts Goo, he could sell Relic Goo. He could even personally help him pass the 7th earthly calamity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Letting He Fengyang enter, who immortal blessed land, was much more dangerous than the earthly calamity. It was impossible. As for blocking Relic Goo, could it block Fang Yuan's lifeline? What a laughable plan. I will definitely not trade Guts Goo, but I can sell the Rockmen, and at the same time, I am not afraid Crane Gate will not be moved. But from now on, I can't always transact with Immortal Crane Sect. I need to expand. Fang Yuan pondered. With his 500 years of experience in his previous life, Fang Yuan knew that his selling price was slightly lower than the Goo Immortal market. Crane Gate would definitely make a profit from this transaction. But this was also Fang Yuan's intentional arrangement. Right now, he needed the identity of Crane Gate's disciple, and also needed to stabilize and protect this weak and fake relationship. With this benefit in hand, the pressure on He Fengyang has eased. He wants to slowly scheme for my blessed land. And I also need this slowly. When I become a Goo Immortal in the future, would I still be afraid of Crane Gate's attitude? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang had set a time, asking Fang Yuan to open the door and send in the whole earth Goo. The scale of this transaction was huge. Fang Yuan wanted to sell 60,000 rockmen. But these rockmen could not leave through the Blessed Land's door. Right now, that blue charm lightning shadow was still roaming around Tian Ti Mountain. If the door was opened and it charged in again, Fang Yuan would be in huge trouble. In this situation, he had to use the whole earth Goo. This Goo was a rank 5 Goo. There were 2 of them, a mother Goo and a child Goo. Its use was to set up a space path passage between 2 places. A Goo Master could enter from the child Goo and exit from the mother Goo. Similarly, from the mother Goo, they could instantly reach the child Goo. Whole earth Goo was often used to connect 2 blessed lands. Normally, whole earth Goo was used to transport all kinds of resources. During battle, reinforcements could use whole earth Goo to quickly reinforce the Blessed Land. To carry out the transaction and transport these rockmen, It is unavoidable to use whole earth goo, but I am worried that your whole earth goo will be tampered with. It is better for me to refine it myself to protect myself." Fang Yuan thought of this, and a trace of spring-autumn cicadas aura leaked out, as he casually refined the flying sword letter goo in his hand, and quickly sent a reply. Half a day later, Fengyang received the reply letter and opened it to see a large number of goo worms listed, as well as all kinds of materials. "Oh, you don't want to use the whole earth goo I gave you, but instead modified the recipe of the whole earth goo, and want to refine a new goo worm yourself?" Fengyang showed anger. "Bullshit! Whole earth goo has been widely used for over 500 years. The recipe has long been known to goo immortals. How can you modify it? This little thief Fang Yuan is too vigilant. He wants to use this to extort a sum of money from me, so that I will not dare to reject his transaction. I don't need to look to know that among these goo refinement materials, there must be a relic goo, or a spring egg goo, or a rare strength path goo worm. Nothing?" Fengyang took a few glances, but did not find any relic goo, spring egg goo, or strength path goo worms. Instead, there were large numbers of unorthodox materials and low-rank goo worms. The highest rank 5 goo worm was the Earth Path goo worm Mountain 9 Rin goo, used to increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Other than that, there were also many rank 4 goo, like the common move position goo and the extremely useful side push guide goo. Fengyang's thoughts wavered. Looking at this, it seems like he really wants to refine goo. As long as his luck is normal, these materials can already refine 3 whole earth goo. Don't tell me he really modified the recipe of the whole earth goo? No, Fang Yuan is only immortal. How can it be? But what if it is the goo immortal behind him? If it was a modified recipe, then the new goo would definitely be stronger than the whole earth goo. Fengyang could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fang Yuan refines it, he would definitely hand over the child goo to him. At that time, as a grand goo immortal, he would be able to reverse deduce many things from the child goo and even restore the recipe. 2 days later, Fang Yuan received a letter. Fang Yuan opened it, and as expected, Fengyang found all sorts of excuses in the letter, purposely cutting off many materials and goo worms. The motive was obvious. He was trying to probe Fang Yuan's true recipe. Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head and laugh. Fengyang was too meticulous. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Although the number of times they interacted was pitifully small, Fang Yuan had already seen through most of Fengyang's character. He immediately replied, righteously, requesting Fengyang not to cut anything, otherwise he would not be able to refine the goo worms. But Fengyang feigned civility, continuing to make excuses until Fang Yuan almost believed him. After a few letters, Fang Yuan helplessly chose to compromise and listed another list. "Lad, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me." Fengyang received the letter and handed over a portion of the items listed on the list. Then, he continued to find excuses to delay. In the end, he wasted a whole day. When Fang Yuan showed extreme helplessness and anger, Fengyang finally stopped, feeling that the time was right. He held on to the 6th list that he had cut off and went back to study it. But his refinement path attainment was not good. After painstakingly researching and refining many times, he could not see any results. Half a month later, in Central Continent time, he received the whole earth goo from Fang Yuan. He acted like he had obtained a treasure and continued to study it patiently. This time, he studied for 3 whole days and finally succeeded in reverse deducing the recipe. Seeing this recipe, Fengyang shouted furiously, "Fang Yuan, you little bastard! This is clearly an ordinary whole earth goo recipe." Chapter 429. Who immortal blessed land, a vast grassland in the west. Literature hall, a vast expanse of green land stretched out continuously. A newborn, Little Fox was playing with a fluttering butterfly. In who immortal blessed land. Foxes were the strongest predators, thus they lived without worries. Although the sixth earthly calamity had a disastrous loss, they still managed to preserve their fire. On the vast grassland, the fox group slowly but steadily continued. Suddenly, the space fluctuated and two figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. Of these two, one was a black-robed man, tall and handsome, with black hair and eyes as deep as ink. The other was a cute and tender little girl, wearing a colorful dress. Her eyes were like stars and her snow-white foxtail was fluffy and soft, the fine fur at the tip of the tail slightly trembling in the wind. They were none other than Fang Yuan and Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. The location is not bad. Let's do it here. Fang Yuan looked around and took out whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a walnut. It looked like wood, hard and uneven, and was as big as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo master. At least a rank 5 peak stage goo master could activate it with all their strength. Fang Yuan naturally could not do it, so he handed the goo to the land spirit. After Little Who Immortal activated it, whole earth goo immediately burst out with an intense red light and plunged into the grassland. In an instant, the red light soared to the sky, and the surrounding 100 li of earth trembled. In a flash, the red light disappeared, and a crack that was 270 feet long appeared on the ground. The soil on both sides of the crack bulged. If one looked down from the sky, it would look like a person's lips. Next, the crack slowly opened to two sides, revealing 2 rows of compact square rocks that looked like human teeth. The teeth also opened. A huge dark hole was revealed. "Master, I'm hungry." The crack earth's mouth opened and closed, producing a loud sound that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Fang Yuan laughed and took out the primeval elder goo, activating his primeval essence. The amiable-looking old man Yun's joyous expression gradually disappeared because large amounts of yuan stone were taken out and thrown into the crack earth's mouth. After throwing in 200,000 yuan stone, Fang Yuan stopped. He placed the primeval elder goo back into his aperture. The huge mouth slowly closed, and the 2 rows of stone teeth continued to grind against each other, crushing the primordial stones into powder. Then there was a loud gulp, like the sound of a person swallowing food. The surface of the earth shook. After swallowing these yuan stones, the earth-splitting mouth calmed down and no longer made any noise. At this step, the whole earth goo was completed. Once it landed here, it could no longer move. When Fengyang's child goo was successfully activated, both sides could communicate with each other. The cost of feeding whole earth goo was extremely high. Within a year, it had to be fed with 200,000 yuan stone. And every time he used it, it also consumed a large amount of yuan stone, which mortal goo master could afford to use it alone. Other than large sects and clans, only goo immortals with large businesses could raise and use these whole earth goo alone. Land spirit, this place must be heavily guarded from now on. Enslave some foxes. We will live in this area. Fang Yuan looked at the earth fissure in front of him as he arranged. Yes, master. To protect our homeland, we need to fight. That damned immortal is making a comeback. They're coming back, and we have to face them head on. For a beautiful future. Tribesmen, raise your fists. Although we have some grudges with the other 2 tribes, these are small internal conflicts of our Rockman tribe. This time, our 3 tribes will each send out 20,000 warriors to form an alliance army and march towards the west, directly attacking the immortals' nest. This is a great war. Everything is for the benefit of the people. Our fathers and ancestors sacrificed their lives and scattered their souls to defeat the immortal. Only then can we live in peace now. We need to follow in our ancestors' footsteps and fight bravely. The land spirit mobilized the fox groups, and appeared around the Rockman tribe. The Rockman higher-ups took the chance and quickly formed an alliance army. The alliance army moved majestically towards the western part of the Blessed Land. Along the way, there were 5 to 6 small-scale battles. The Rockman army won all of them while the fox groups retreated in defeat. Look there, that is the demon's nest. Yen Yong stood up and arrived in front of the whole Earth Gu. Earth, you are our mother, you raised our Rockman tribe. Why are you protecting that damned immortal? Yen Yong shouted in pain. At this time, the earth crack opened its mouth, and little who immortal used a goo worm to change her voice. The Rockman army heard a gentle female voice. Oh, Rockmen, my children! It is not that I want to protect that immortal, but that immortal entered my stomach and is residing in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth now and ask you to destroy him. I will give you my blessings. The Rockmen were shocked before cheering loudly. Mother Earth has spoken. We are warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is that immortal he actually threatened our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. The morale of the Rockman Alliance army rose greatly. The earth crack opened its mouth, and Yen Yong took the lead, shouting, "Rockmen, charge!" Saying so, he jumped into the hole. Charge! We cannot let our tribes hero fight alone. Charge! We have no fear. We are omnipotent. We want to slaughter the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side. We will definitely win this battle. The Rockmen jumped into the earth crack like dumplings. In the deep and dark tunnel, they fell down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. Where is this? Why is it so dark? This place is darker than underground. We cannot see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were confused when they suddenly heard loud coughing sounds. A lump of light suddenly split above their heads. Rapid air currents formed and enveloped them, shooting them out. 230, 240. The Crane Gate disciples stood beside the whole Earth Gu's child Gu, carefully counting the Rockmen that were shot out. The Rockmen fell to the ground after being shot out of the earth crack. They were immediately restrained by the Crane Gate disciple, unable to resist or move. Yen Yong and some Rockmen elders stood at the side, lowering their heads as they looked at this scene, keeping quiet out of fear. He Feng Yang, who was furious after being tricked by Fang Yuan, considered the big picture and did not destroy the whole Earth Gu's child Gu in a fit of anger. He planted it on Fei He Mountain. As for the Rockmen, Fang Yuan only used their tribe's belief in Mother Earth, then used the Fox Group and the cooperation of the Rockmen higher-ups to successfully lure 60,000 young Rockmen to Fei He Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, other than the orthodox Renzu bloodline, there were also variant humans. Although variant humans were smarter than other life forms, they could not compare to humans. Hairy men were ignorant, eggmen were innocent, rockmen were crude, even a 7 or 8-year-old smart child could be tricked, be it southern border or central continent. Such things often happened. Some child would meet a hairy man or rockman and be tricked into the market. After the variant humans were sold, they would still be ignorant. They would count the child's money. After this transaction, Fang Yuan only received 1,600,000 yuan stone. Although the 60,000 rockmen were young and strong, they were not as valuable as a swamp crab. Fang Yuan still had to pay for the Gu refinement materials, and using whole earth Gu cost 65,000 yuan stone. At the same time, he bought some ordinary materials. To take revenge on Fang Yuan, he Fengyang raised the price by 10%. The things that Fang Yuan wanted were also reduced by a lot. Fang Yuan did not mind. He had already gotten what he wanted. After the transaction was completed, Yen Yong and the other rockmen returned to immortal blessed land, using whole earth goo. Fang Yuan had already arranged the explanation for them. He believed the rockmen tribes would not retaliate. Even if they retaliated, he would kill them and raise another batch. There were still many gut stones on Danghun Mountain anyway. Fang Yuan calmed down and continued to cultivate. But when he reached rank 4 peak stage, Nine Eyes Liquor Worm lost its effect. Liquor Worm could refine the quality of primeval essence, but it could only raise it by a small realm. When Fang Yuan reached rank 4 peak stage, he already had peak stage true gold primeval essence. He had already reached the peak. If he went any higher, it would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Fang Yuan sealed Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. This was the goo worm that had accompanied him all the way from Qingmao Mountain. From rank 1 liquor worm, it fused all the way to rank 4, and now it was finally retiring. Relying on true gold primeval essence to refine his aperture, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Of course, because he was in immortal blessed land compared to ordinary goo masters in the outside world, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster. If I continue cultivating like this, by the 7th earthly calamity, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, close to upper stage. Fang Yuan had a great aptitude now. It was not a problem to break through to rank 5, but the higher a goo master's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance. Rank 5 middle stage. And this was after including the purple crystal relic goo in his possession. This level was many times better than the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, he was over 30, but was already rank 4 peak stage. In his previous life of 500 years, he was still struggling in rank 2 realm at this age. But this speed is still too slow. The blessed land has the 7th earthly calamity, and I have the internal threat of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan calculated. In at most 3 years, he would have to leave the blessed land and go through a series of adventures. At least, he would have to find smooth success goo or instant success goo to use spring-autumn cicada and obtain more chances of survival. Sai, if possible, I would like to be like Feng Jioge, cultivating in immortal blessed land until I reach goo immortal realm and then roam the world. Spring-autumn cicada could allow a goo master to revive, but there were many restrictions. Even if they succeeded, they would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. Without this major flaw, Fang Yuan's cultivation would be much easier. For the next 3 years, I will refine goo while using gutstones to strengthen the rockmen and sell them to exchange for all kinds of resources. But although Fang Yuan's plan was good, it could not compare to the teasing of fate. Chapter 430. Crack! Fang Yuan crushed the gutstone with one hand. Immediately, a lump of mud flowed out and stained his hand. Fang Yuan's gaze was extremely solemn as he casually picked up a pebble from the mountain and held it tightly in his hand. The yellow mud on his hand melted the pebble at a slow speed, turning the sturdy rock into even more mud. After a while, Fang Yuan could clearly feel the pebble in his hand shrinking. About 15 minutes later, the pebble completely turned into mud and disappeared. The yellow mud flowed through the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers and onto Danghun Mountain, causing continuous damage to Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before slowly asking, "How serious is the situation?" Little Who Immortal wiped her tears and replied while sobbing, "Right now, most of Danghun Mountain has already been corroded by the yellow mud. 6 out of 10 gutstones below the mountain waste are yellow mud. Master, what do we do? Danghun Mountain is going to die. Sob, sob, sob. It's all my fault. I did not detect it in advance." Fang Yuan patted Little Who Immortal's head and consoled, "This is not your fault. No need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab. It is truly a desolate beast, truly an earthly calamity. Land spirits had different abilities. They were all related to the goo immortal and the blessed land. He sighed and continued, I was feeling lucky that the desolate beast did not have an immortal goo. It turns out that this swamp crab had already used an expendable immortal goo. The immortal goo's power is hidden in the mud. Flesh and blood are fine, but the mountain rocks will suffer and will gradually be assimilated into mud. In the earthly calamity earlier, the swamp crab spat out large amounts of mud, from which a crab army emerged. Feng Yuan killed a vast number of crabs, but in fact, his true trump card was this yellow mud. Feng Yuan guessed that this should be the effect of the rank 6 gruel mud goo. Gruel mud goo was a naturally formed goo. There were many rank 1 and 2, while rank 3 and 4 were also common. They were often used by goo masters to construct cities. Rank 5 goo masters were rare. And when many rank 5 goo masters did not have a powerful rank 5 goo, they would often choose the gruel mud goo and use it temporarily. At rank 6, there was only one in the entire world. Moreover, gruel mud immortal goo could only be used once. The gruel mud goo could only be used on soil, so the swamp that swamp crabs lived in must have been affected by the immortal goo. The swamp crab spat out mud from the swamp every day. Thus it brought the power of the gruel mud goo to immortal blessed land. After the mud crab died, although the battlefield had been cleaned, a large amount of yellow mud had seeped into the mountains and the earth. The immortal goo gruel mud's power was so concealed, the yellow mud naturally did not have the slightest aura of the immortal goo. If Feng Yuan had not arranged for the rockmen to enter the mountain to knock on the rocks, they might not have found any clues. However, even if he discovered the truth in advance, when the earthly calamity arrived, he would not be able to escape. He did not have the ability to stop it. Feng Yuan's face darkened. Dang Hun Mountain was being corroded by the power of the immortal goo, gradually turning into yellow mud. This was a grievous news. In the entire immortal blessed land, the most valuable thing was this mountain. He planned to use this mountain to nurture rockmen and sell them. From now on, he would strengthen his soul. He still had to rely on this mountain. He could not sit back and watch the situation worsen. Immediately, Feng Yuan ordered Little, who immortal, try to get rid of the yellow mud. This way, the danger would be greatly alleviated. But Dang Hun Mountain's interior was also being corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the gruel mud immortal goo. To get rid of it, Feng Yuan had to borrow the power of other immortal goo. I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a goo immortal in the future, this Dang Hun Mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans. Thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus, I will go against heaven. Fighting with humans, fighting with heaven, this is the joy of life. With Feng Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones. More than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path, rank 6 turn into rock goo. This goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by rank 6 goo immortal Sun Chun. Sun Chun was a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Feng Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal goo called Comeback Mountain. This goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's high sure blessed land. Feng Yuan could enter the blessed land and use another immortal goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path, rank 6, immortal goo landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet. It was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was only a rank 5 goo master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed immortal goo in front of everyone at Southern Border's Sancha Mountain. Needless to say, Southern Border is in an uproar right now. A mortal with an immortal goo. I'm afraid Southern Border's goo immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Fang Yuan became a goo immortal, he would not even think of stepping into Southern Border. Although the 5 regions are independent, Southern Border's super clan, E-Clan, has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an immortal goo to spread to Central Continent and other places, but Eastern Sea might not be the same. Fang Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rockmen there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a Southern Border goo master. I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Fang Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a goo immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight, and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live. Many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in Northern Plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing. From time to time, there would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place. Conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most goo masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten goo immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 goo master Tai Bai Yunsheng, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert Sun Chui was already a goo immortal, while Northern Plains Tai Bai Yunsheng was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Fang Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qing Mao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on Sancha Mountain was when Fang Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan could no longer stay in Southern Border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the Righteous Path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path goo immortals on Tianti Mountain. As long as he did not become a goo immortal, he would have to hide in the blessed land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well into immortal blessed land. There were sufficient resources in the blessed land. Fang Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Zhouge and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible and get rid of spring-autumn cicada, his biggest internal threat. Fang Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death, but this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom, these had never been an obstacle to Fang Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed. Things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Crane Gate might be an external threat, but Fang Yuan held the initiative. The other party might be powerful, but they could not control him for a period of time. His future prospects could be said to be good. Everything was going smoothly, and everything was changing for the better. But right at this time, Dang Hun Mountain had a problem. To who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Mountain's importance was self-evident. Once this mountain had a problem, Fang Yuan's business plans collapsed, and his cultivation plans also went up in smoke. Because of this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his plans again. He left the blessed land and went on an expedition to northern plains. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made some preparations. Otherwise, I would be in a passive position now. In the next few months, Fang Yuan put all his energy into Gu refinement. He used rank 4 Golden Cup Silver Light Cup Gu, combined with rank 4 Side Push and Side Guide Gu, and rank 4 Shift Form Gu, to refine rank 5 Moving Cup Gu. He then refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Cast Gu, and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, when I am not around, follow my arrangements. Before leaving, Fang Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part. Master, I will wait for you here. You must return quickly. Saying so, she activated her green grape immortal essence and poured it into fixed immortal travel goo. Chapter 431. Howl. In the dark grassland, the poison-beard wolf king raised its neck and let out a long howl. The ears of the hundreds of poison-beard wolves around it twitched, and their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolf group split into 2 groups. They were organized like an army. The young girl, Gu Yao, ran with all her might, but her horse had died long ago. Her little red leather boots stepped on the muddy swamp, already as heavy as lead. The stampeding poison-beard wolves successfully surrounded her, and then quickly closed in. But they were wary of the girl's powerful goo worms. They only circled around her, and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, one of the poison-beard wolves became impatient and charged out. It moved quickly. Its body turned into a black shadow as it pounced towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao shouted and activated her goo worm, pointing with her finger, and a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow shot out in a spiral and accurately pierced the poison-beard wolf's head. This bold poison-beard wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the rotten grassland and rolled for a while before stopping. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the surrounding grassland red. The restless wolves paused for a moment, but soon the smell of blood in the air stirred up the savagery and cruelty in their bones. At once, hundreds of poison-beard wolves howled. Gu Yao's beautiful face was filled with despair and regret. He really shouldn't have come to this poison grassland alone to search for some snow willow. Right now, she was in a desperate situation and was about to be torn to pieces by the wolf group. She swallowed it. Father, I am sorry. I cannot be filial to you anymore. I know. You arranged a marriage for me. It is for my own good. But I really do not want to get married. Ancestor in longevity heaven, if you can hear my prayers, please send a brave warrior to save me. That attack earlier had already used up the last trace of white-silver primeval essence in Gu Yao's aperture. All Gu Yao could do was to pray. The wolf group finally lost their patience. The wolf king howled, and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl in the center with terrifying momentum. I am going to die. Gu Yao's face was pale. She was at a loss as she looked at the wolf group's advance. At this moment, an intense green light suddenly flashed. When the light shone on the poison-beard wolves, they all closed their eyes. It let out a howling sound, a charging pack of wolves. They collided with each other. One fell down, implicating the other. Their momentum instantly collapsed, and the scene became chaotic. What's going on? Gu Yao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she tried her best to look. The figure of a young man appeared in the green light. After the green light dissipated, a naked man appeared in front of Gu Yao. One. Alone? Gu Yao's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. She thought incredulously, could it be that my ancestors in the longevity heaven heard my prayers and sent reinforcements? But why was this reinforcement not wearing any clothes? Gu Yao suddenly had a big question in her heart. We've reached the northern plains, barefooted on the grass. Fang Yuan quickly looked around. Why are there people and wolves? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an accident the moment he stepped into the northern plains. He had to keep his trip to the northern plains a secret, but he was exposed the moment he arrived. The wolf king roared. It suddenly jumped and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Fang Yuan's neck. Humph, a mere 100-beast king. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. He pushed out a golden dragon. Rank 4 golden dragon Gu. Roar. The 4-clawed golden dragon roared. It bared its fangs and claws as it flew out, crashing into the poison-beard wolf king. This 100-beast king's bones were instantly shattered. It was sent flying like a broken sack. After it landed on the ground, it howled and struggled, but it could not get up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He sent out another golden dragon. Only then did the poison-beard wolf king die. Once the wolf king died, the wolf group collapsed. In a few breaths of time, they escaped 100 li away. Only the wolf king's corpse was left, and the young girl Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan blankly. Fang Yuan turned his deep and serene gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe unique to the northern plains. The long-sleeved robe was blue and white. The edges were embroidered with gold. It looked pure and noble. She had a purple gold belt around her waist. Her thick black hair was adorned with many fine and beautiful hair accessories. His feet were clad in scarlet leather boots. Her skin was slightly dark with a hint of red. It was the unique skin color of northern plains. Her figure was slim and fit, like a cute deer. Gu Yao was forced to take a step back by Fang Yuan's gaze. She asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you the hero who came down from the longevity heaven to save me?" Before Fang Yuan could reply, she continued, "I am a member of Gu tribe. My name is Gu Yao. My father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will receive the warmest welcome from Gu tribe. Oh, I have not asked for your name." Fang Yuan laughed. "Beautiful grassland girl, you can call me Chang Shanin. The longevity heaven is where giant sun, immortal, lives. How could I come from there? I am only an ordinary Gu master." Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of the cup was gold, while the bottom half was silver. It was rank 5, used for storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. Immediately, Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into it and took out a set of clothes. This was a black, tight-fitting battle attire. After Fang Yuan wore it, he gave off a heroic and steady aura. During the whole process, Gu Yao stared at him without blinking, her heart was pounding, and her face was flushed red. The young girls of the grassland were so passionate. Fang Yuan wore his clothes and walked towards the poison-beard wolf king's corpse. Poison-beard wolves were a common type of wolf in northern plains. But different from other wolves, it did not have a single hair on its body. Its body was black, and its skin looked like it was coated with a layer of enamel. It did not have ears, and had 2 5-inch-long feelers. When it ran, the feelers would hang at its sides. When it fought, the feelers would stand up high. Fang Yuan searched for a while, but did not find anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100-beast king and had a rank 2 goo worm in its body. This wolf had 2 rank 2 goo on it, acid water goo and poison needle goo. Acid water goo could make it spit out green acid, corroding flesh, and even iron and stone. Poison needle goo could shoot out poison needles to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only obtained the fragments of these 2 goo worms. The Wolf King did not have a defensive goo. No wonder it was easily killed by Fang Yuan. Normal beast kings could have a beast enslavement goo. For example, the dog enslavement goo on the Dog King. The Wolf King had a wolf enslavement goo. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, Fang Yuan needed it. Just as Fang Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Gu Yao walked over. "Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider, right? Are you from Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Western Desert?" Fang Yuan stood up. "I am from Northern Plains." The young girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. "You liar! How can we have such an accent in Northern Plains? Warrior Changshan Yin, don't worry. You've saved my life, so you're the benefactor of our Gu tribe. Our Gu tribe will not reject you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, as long as one was an outsider, they would be ostracized." Not waiting for Fang Yuan to reply, the lively young girl pointed at the fixed immortal travel goo on Fang Yuan's shoulder, asking, "Warrior Changshanin, the goo on your shoulder is really beautiful. What goo is this? Is this the goo that brought you here?" Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, carefully observing the young girl's expression. He found that she did not seem to be faking it, and was truly ignorant, not recognizing this fixed immortal travel goo. Only then did he relax. Killing intent surged in his heart, but on the surface, he showed a sincere and kind smile. "Beautiful girl, are you Tian K? Why are you always chirping?" "Hee hee. All right, I have to go now. See you again." Fang Yuan raised his head, using the stars in the sky to determine his direction. Next, he walked past Gu Yao, towards the depths of poison grassland. The young girl quickly chased. "I am not Tian Quebec, who asked you to be so mysterious, suddenly appearing again. Hey, don't go that way. That direction is the only way to get out of poison grassland." "I am going in," Fang Yuan said without turning his head. "Why do you want to go in? The deeper you go into poison grassland, the more dangerous it is. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, a strong man's fists cannot hold off a pack of wolves." Gu Yao jogged over to Fang Yuan, persuading him. The 5 regions of the Gu Master world were independent. When Gu Masters crossed regions, their battle strength would be suppressed by a rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Master, but when he went to Northern Plains, he would be suppressed in a different place. Although he still had rank 4 peak stage, true gold primeval essence in his aperture, its effect was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Gu Yao could sense that his aura was rank 3 peak stage, and the rank 4 golden dragon goo from Southern Border only had the power of a rank 3 goo. If it was in Southern Border, golden dragon goo would definitely be able to kill the poison beard wolf king with one strike. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the poisoned Beard Wolf King, and even leave the Wolf King's corpse intact. Fang Yuan slowed his steps, looking at Gu Yao with a solemn expression and firm gaze. I have my reasons for going to poison grassland. Gu Yao was stunned by his bearing, and only reacted after Fang Yuan took a few more steps. The young girl quickly chased. Warrior Changshan Yin, let me go with you, we can take care of each other. She took the bait. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. His current battle strength was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage. It was not enough to enter the depths of poison grassland. Thus, he urgently needed Northern Plains Gu worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Gu Yao, he might not be able to get all her Gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan used a small scheme, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, and easily lured Gu Yao to his side. Chapter 432. Even though this was Fang Yuan's intention, and Gu Yao also volunteered to join, Fang Yuan still said to her, "Take care of me? What do I need you to take care of me for?" Saying so, he glanced at her, his tone carrying some arrogance. The young girl immediately raised her head. Do you know, poison grassland is covered in purple poisonous fog. Breathing it for a long time will poison you. I have a Gu worm that can detoxify it. Also, the deeper you go into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog. And there are also ghosts and vengeful spirits. At that time, you will not be able to tell the direction. Only my return heart Gu can point you to the correct way back. Gulp. The young girl was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a sound. Fang Yuan looked at her stomach, and the young girl's face instantly turned red. She stuttered as she explained that my big stomach horse was eaten by poison beard wolves. Yuan stone and rations are all inside. Big stomach horse was a type of riding beast. It was very common in Northern Plains. It had 2 stomachs. One main stomach was used to digest food, while the other was used to store supplies. Northern Plains Gu masters, when migrating, would use large numbers of these big stomach horses. Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Your father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe, and you are his daughter. Why are you using such an ordinary riding beast?" "Sai, it is because he took my Gu. I escaped alone and was able to bring along a big stomach horse and even prepare so many supplies. It is already very amazing." Gu Yao was a straightforward person, but after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate, and her expression froze, realizing she had said something wrong. Escaped? Is it to escape marriage? Fang Yuan raised his brows. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she looked at Fang Yuan. "You have a mind reading, Gu? How did you know?" Fang Yuan laughed. He was only guessing, but it was not without evidence. In Northern Plains, women's status was much lower than men. They could even be treated as goods in the market and be bought and sold casually. In Southern Border, there were female tribe leaders, but in Northern Plains, there were no such cases. Women could not hold power. Why was it so? This tradition could be traced back to the era of the giant Sun Immortal. And in his memories, in these 3 years, Northern Plains was filled with heroes vying for supremacy. A storm was brewing. In the end, the He family's patriarch, He Lulan, succeeded in becoming the ruler of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial ruler of the grassland in later generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous. After he dominated the grasslands, he searched for beauties from all the tribes and took them into his harem. But on the other hand, he promoted new policies to raise the status of women in an attempt to make men and women equal. This severely violated the interests of all sides. It intensified the conflicts and caused the political system of Northern Plains to become unstable. Thus, He Lulan had only been the ruler of the grasslands for 2 years before she was tricked into leaving the royal court by her own people and assassinated. Soon after, all the tribes united to overthrow He tribe's rule and fight for the throne of the imperial court again. The bloody storm lasted for 5 years before it gradually subsided. After this battle, the various clans of the grassland went through a chaotic battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It would also be a failure for Zhongzhou State in the battle to attack the four regions in the future. Thus, many young girls in northern plains would often choose to escape from arranged marriages. The girl in front of him was the daughter of a tribe leader, but she came to poison grassland alone. Fang Yuan naturally had such a guess. Fang Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Gu and gave it to Gu Yao. This girl was clearly extremely hungry as she wolfed down the food. Her eyes turned as she said in a muffled voice, "The one who wants to marry me is Man Duo from Man Tribe. He is the third son of Man Tribe leader. He is thin and small like a monkey, and his body is frail and sickly. He only has rank 2 cultivation. Normally, he uses his father to bully the men and women in the tribe. He does not have any heroic spirit. I do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing. But Man Tribe is powerful. Our Gu tribe has just migrated here, and our strength is greatly reduced. Man Tribe's betrothal gift was very grand. They even promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to our Gu tribe. Father saw this and wanted to marry me off. In a fit of anger, I escaped. Warrior Chang Shan, Yin, why don't you kidnap me? Northern Plains people were fierce and had a custom. That was to kidnap a bride. The bride who was kidnapped was often more precious than the bride who was officially married. Fang Yuan laughed. I have no interest in you. Quickly eat. We will continue our journey after you are full. Gu Yao's black eyes moved. There is another way, that is to marry into our Gu tribe. According to the rules of the grassland, only warriors can have beauties. Even if Man Tribe comes to find trouble, they will have to follow the rules and let that skinny monkey Man Duo fight you one-on-one. Warrior Chang Shanin, you are so strong, you can definitely beat that Man Duo into a pig's head. Fang Yuan stopped smiling. I said I have no interest in you. Gu Yao, however, was even more passionate, showing the direct and unrestrained nature of Northern Plains women. Why not? Am I not beautiful? I am the beauty of Gu tribe. That Man Duo saw me from afar and became infatuated with me, begging his father to propose marriage. Warrior Changshan Yin, marrying into Gu tribe is also good for you. You are an outsider. If you do not marry into our tribe, others will not treat you as one of their own. You will always be ostracized and guarded against in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan said solemnly, I said before, I am a Northern Plainsman. Gu Yao laughed. Warrior, you can't lie to me. Your accent betrays your background. Your food is not Northern Plains tea cakes and meat jerky. Just marry me. Don't you feel that our meeting is arranged by the longevity heaven? Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids. A cold light flashed in his eyes as the smile on his face widened. Let me think about it first. You don't have to make a decision so hastily. Fang Yuan said as he took out Yuan stone and passed it to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded. Then you have to think carefully. Think carefully. She took the Yuan stone and said in a serious tone, I will return these Yuan stones to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak anymore, instead concentrating on absorbing the Yuan stone to replenish her primeval essence and quickly recover her strength. As they moved deeper into poison grassland, the thin poisonous gas in the air gradually became denser. Originally, it could not be seen with the naked eye, but now they could see a faint purple color. Stop! There is a wolf group. Gu Yao, who was walking, suddenly stopped, unconcealable fear in her eyes. Evidently, the battle with the poison-beard wolf group had left a deep impression on her. Fang Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he used his Gu worm to detect the traces of the wolf group. He glanced at Gu Yao. As expected of the daughter of a tribe, the investigative Gu worm she was equipped with was top-notch. Fang Yuan's rank 4 investigative Gu was refined by him into a mortal blessed land, But in northern plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Gu Yao's rank 3 Gu. The wolf group's excited howls became louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their field of vision. So many wolves! Gu Yao's face was pale. Her body trembled as she took in a deep breath. The wolf group, this time, was several times more than the previous time. There were close to 1,000. The stronger the beast king, the larger the scale of the beast horde. This meant that this 100-beast wolf king was stronger than the previous one. Humph, what are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Fang Yuan snorted, stomping his feet as he ran towards the wolf group. Gu Yao saw this and could not help but gasp, wanting to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had already charged into the wolf group. Many poison-beard wolves ran towards Gu Yao. The young girl shouted, "Water armor!" Immediately, water vapor condensed, forming a light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water, arrow Gu. She stretched out her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 poison-beard wolves were killed, while 5 or 6 were injured. But at the same time, more than 10 poison-beard wolves charged over. The young girl panicked, retreating as she tried to deal with them. Water dragon Gu. She pushed with her palms, and a 3-clawed water dragon flew out, sweeping the surroundings and causing water vapor to surge. Once the water dragon appeared, Gu Yao managed to stabilize the situation. Warrior Chang Shanin, you cannot die. The young girl quickly looked towards the center of the wolf group. Seeing this, she was almost stunned. Different from what she had expected, Fang Yuan was rampaging through the wolf group. Each time he charged, he would send large numbers of poison-beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison-beard wolf seemed weaker than a sheep under his feet. His body was covered in a layer of shining golden armor, and from time to time, he would summon a golden dragon to sweep the surroundings. There were so many poison-beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fearless and fierce. His fighting style was extremely fierce. Each punch and kick created a sound of wind. His strength was so great that if the poison-beard wolves were hit by his punches and kicks, their bones would shatter, and they would fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Not only that, he was fighting with the Wolf King. This poison-beard Wolf King was indeed stronger. Its body flickered with lightning, and it spat out green poison from time to time, while running extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild Gu. Gu Yao sensed this, and her heart sank, worrying for Fang Yuan. But soon, the young girl let go of her worries, and admiration towards Fang Yuan rose in her heart. Fang Yuan's fighting style was extremely smart. He continued to run, and did not just tangle with the Wolf King, but used the ordinary poison-beard wolves to obstruct the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had a movement Gu, but was restrained by the wolf group, and could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's punches landed on flesh, his attacks were fierce, and Gu Yao's blood boiled as she watched. This is a true man, she praised in her heart, and after getting rid of the trouble around her, she shouted and summoned a water dragon, charging towards the wolf group. She was a rank 3 middle-stage Gu master after all. She could not be underestimated. The wolf group was attacked, and immediately went into chaos. A large portion of them charged towards her. Fang Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Who told you to come? Go to the side." The young girl's face turned pale from the wolf group's counterattack, and she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan continued to charge with boundless momentum, and after spending a lot of effort, he managed to get the wolf group's attention back to him. After a while, he suddenly erupted and sent out beast phantoms, breaking the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close and pressed the Wolf King's head on the ground and punched it fiercely. The scene was brutal. And this wolf king that was about to become 1,000 beast king was beaten to death by Fang Yuan just like that. Chapter 433. Once the wolf king died, the wolf group's morale collapsed, and they fled. An intense battle ended abruptly. You are injured. Gu Yao ran over, her gaze filled with concern. It's nothing. Fang Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but they were all under his control. He immediately activated Self-Reliance Gu, rapidly healing his injuries. But Self-Reliance Gu was only a rank 3 Gu. In Northern Plains, it could only be used as a rank 2 Gu. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed, its effect immediately weakened. Warrior Changshanin, let me heal you. Gu Yao waved her hand. Water vapor rose and condensed into a jade-green cloud above Fang Yuan's head. Green rain drizzled down from the cloud, sprinkling on Fang Yuan's body, healing his injuries. This is spring rain Gu. Fang Yuan frowned. This Gu has a wide healing range. Isn't it a waste to use it on me alone? Disperse. Saying so, he waved his hand, activating Golden Wind Gu. This Gu came from Tai Mu Bai. It was a rank 4 healing Gu, although it only had rank 3 effects now. It was still a top-tier Gu. Gu Yao looked at a golden whirlwind that formed around Fang Yuan. After a few rounds, all the injuries on Fang Yuan's body disappeared. What Gu is this? The young girl asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her, instead turning around and squatting on the ground, carefully searching the Wolf King's corpse. Gu Yao followed closely behind him, bending down and looking at him, praising, Warrior Changshanin, you are a true expert. Father always says that I have a body full of cultivation, but I am terrible in battles. Today, I saw you charging into the wolf group. It was such a dangerous matter, but you did it with ease, as if it was very easy. Only then did I realize that what Abba said was right. Fang Yuan snorted, standing up straight. He had 500 years of battle experience. It was easy for him to do this. If not for the suppression of the region, how could this small wolf group fight for so long? He had just checked. There were 3 wild Gu on the Wolf King, but they were all dead. Without any spoils of war, Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Gu Yao and said unhappily, Oh no, you're not just terrible. It's terrible. Gu Yao was furious. Hey, you're so direct. Humph, you attacked recklessly just now and lured away a large number of wolves, almost ruining my plan. Do you have a cow's head on your head? Fang Yuan coldly snorted and asked. Gu Yao knew that she had indeed made a mistake. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. You attracted most of the wolves. I know you did it for my own good, but I also want to help you. Fang Yuan sighed. Forget it. I won't pursue it this time. For the rest of the journey, in order to prevent you from dragging us down again, I will reluctantly teach you. Who needs you to teach me? Gu Yao turned around and snorted in dissatisfaction. You need to be calm when using spiral, water, arrow Gu. If you shoot randomly, the biggest result is that you will quickly waste your precious true essence. Water dragon Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence. Don't use it for no reason. No wonder you don't have enough primeval essence. Don't use spring rain Gu. That is a large area of effect healing Gu. There are only 2 of us. Along the way, Fang Yuan continued to give pointers to Gu Yao. The young girl's words earlier were just out of spite. Although she had the temper of a young missy, this concerned her own situation. So she listened to his suggestions seriously and absorbed knowledge to improve herself. The 2 moved on the rotten grass, encountering several wolf groups, but Gu Yao's performance was getting better each time. Haha, are you afraid now? You hateful poison beard wolves, scram. Gu Yao placed her hands on her waist and said proudly after defeating the poison beard wolves again. So naive. Fang Yuan looked at her back as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He gave pointers to Gu Yao, not only to raise her battle strength, but also to probe the goo worms in her body. In the end, the young girl leaked all her details to Fang Yuan. Gu Yao was a water path goo master, rank 3 middle stage. She had the rank 3 fog sparrow goo for scouting, 3 claw water dragon goo and spiral water arrow goo for attacking. For defense, she had water armor goo. For movement, she had water trace goo. For healing, she had spring rain goo. She did not have storage goo, and the big stomach horse she used as a replacement had already died in the wolf group's hands. Other than that, she had cleansing goo for detoxification, return heart goo for direction identification. This set of goo worms suited her identity. Fog sparrow goo was a very rare scouting goo among rank 3. It could condense fog into sparrows and fly around the surroundings, scouting the surroundings with a very wide range. Its defense and attack were also of high quality. Water trace goo's growth speed could almost match some rank 4 goo. The only flaw was that the footprints would contain water traces, making it easy to track. At the same time, it would wet the shoes. However, this goo had a lot of potential in its development. At rank 4, it could become wave trace goo, and its effect would be even stronger. At rank 5, there were 2 types of fusion paths. One was duck trace wave trace goo, which could be used to dodge on the spot. The other was river wave trace goo, which could move quickly on water. At rank 6, it would be the famous worldly wave trace goo. These goo were all of high quality, rank 3. Adding on Fang Yuan's careful guidance and the pressure of the wolf group, it was no wonder that Gu Yao improved so quickly, and her battle strength rose steadily. Warrior Chang Shanin, you are an incredible strategist. Your guidance is even more amazing than the best 3 elders in my tribe. Even if you look down on me, I will invite you to my Gu tribe as a guest. If you are interested, I will try my best to convince Father to let you become an external elder in my tribe. Gu Yao turned around and walked to Fang Yuan's side, sincerely trying to recruit him. She was, after all, Gu tribe's young miss and was knowledgeable. She knew Fang Yuan's value was not only his bravery, but more importantly, his ability to teach others. This was the power of wisdom. If he was around to nurture the tribe's next generation, the entire tribe would become stronger. I can go to Good Tribe as a guest, but I have no interest in becoming an external elder. Fang Yuan started walking again, shaking his head and refusing. Gu Yao tried to persuade him a few times, but Fang Yuan's attitude was firm. The young girl followed behind Fang Yuan gloomily, staring angrily at Fang Yuan's tall back. You think you are so amazing just because you know how to teach people? Humph! I begged you so softly, but you are not moved. You are not even interested in becoming my Gu tribe's external elder? Are you looking down on our Gu tribe? Chang Shanin, you scoundrel! Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred, but had a trace of doubt in her heart. But this name Chang Shanin is really familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Where did I hear of it? Poison grassland was covered in dark clouds all year round. In this dusky sky, the 2 trekked for a while. Fang Yuan stopped. In front of him, there was a large field of sunflowers. These sunflowers had dark purple branches, broad petals as black as ink, and at the heart of the basin-sized flower, there was a pale human face. Ghost-faced sunflowers. Seeing this, Gu Yao quickly held her breath, grabbing Fang Yuan's sleeves, saying in a very soft voice, "Many people must have died here. Many ghosts wandered around. That is why so many ghost-faced sunflowers grew. Every ghost-faced sunflower was a wronged soul. Let's take a detour. So many ghost-faced sunflowers must have many ghost cry goo inside them. There might even be ghost-face goo." Ghost cry goo was a rank 3 soul path goo worm. It could emit screams and cause the soul to tremble. Ghost face goo was a rank 4 soul path goo worm. It could cause a huge impact on the soul. Such a large field of ghost-faced sunflowers. How long would it take to take a detour? Fang Yuan gazed at this sea of sunflowers. He did not show it on the surface, but he was inwardly happy. This confirmed that the direction he was walking in was not wrong. As long as he walked in this direction, he would find that battlefield 20 years ago and obtain the goo worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had many mountains. It was easy to distinguish directions. Northern Plains was boundless. It was all grassland. It was easy to get lost. Thus, Gu Yao would carry the supplementary goo worm, Return Heart Goo. Return Heart Goo could always point to the direction of the Goo Master's home. But Return Heart Goo could only point to the direction. It could not point to the location. Fang Yuan wanted to ensure the direction was correct. He would have to take the risk to cross this sea of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was prepared. Taking out his sleeves from the girl's hand, Fang Yuan squatted down, placing his palms on the ground, then mobilized his primeval essence, activating the goo worms in his aperture. Soon, green grass grew on the ground. The lush grass grew steadily. The slender grass leaves intertwined with each other, gradually forming human-shaped puppets. Enslavement Path, rank 3 grass puppet goo. This was a goo worm that only Southern Border had. Gu Yao watched in amazement as grass puppets grew one after another, quickly gathering into a field. These grass puppets were short and sturdy. The grass leaves were tightly woven, holding a bamboo blade in one hand and a rattan shield in the other. These were the rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. In the past, on Sancha Mountain, when Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, Tai Ruonen had used this goo. Afterwards, when Fang Yuan killed a goo master in 3 Kings' blessed land, his spoils of war included the grass puppet goo. Grass puppet goo was quite common in Southern Border. Rank 3 grass puppet goo could form rattan shell grass soldiers, having the battle strength to kill a rank 1 goo master. Rank 4 grass puppet goo could form grass sword elite soldiers, having even stronger battle strength. But in Northern Plains, the grass puppet goo would also be suppressed. The formed rattan shell grass soldiers would become weak. But Fang Yuan did not use this batch of rattan shell grass soldiers for battle, so it did not matter. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers opened up a path in front of them. Fang Yuan held Gu Yao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, entered the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. Ah! Meh, meh. Every time Ghost Cry Gu let out a shriek, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers would fall. Ghost Cry Gu's sounds were also different. Some were sharp screams, some were like trembling sheep's cries, and some seemed to be complaining with hidden bitterness. Ghost, there are ghost faces rising up. The girl shuddered, looking at the pale and terrifying ghost faces floating up from the sea of sunflowers, her delicate body trembling in fear. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand, then calmly mobilized the puppets. Chapter 434. The process of crossing the sea of sunflowers was a close shave. Gu Yao looked back and let out a breath of turbid air. Her worried heart was finally at ease. To think it was so easy to cross the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. After calming down, the young girl looked at the grass puppets around her. There were only dozens of puppets left, forming a weak defense around her. Gu Yao had never seen such a goo in her life. Today was an eye-opener. These goo, although their battle strength is not high, they are the best cannon fodder. Chang Shan-in really came prepared. Thinking of this, the young girl turned around and sized up the people around her. The more she interacted with Fang Yuan, the more curious Gu Yao became, and the stronger her desire to investigate became. What kind of person is he? What is his motive in entering poison grassland? Chang Shan-in, Chang Shan-in. I have really heard of this name before. Ah, The young girl's face suddenly turned red. When crossing the sea of sunflowers earlier, Fang Yuan held her hand. Those ghostly cries and the floating ghostly faces scared her, and she unconsciously got closer to Fang Yuan, gradually hugging his arm in her bosom, but she did not even notice it. Gu Yao quickly let go of Fang Yuan's arm, breaking free from his grasp. After pulling a safe distance, Fang Yuan slowly stopped and turned around to look at the sunflowers behind him. These ghost cry goo and ghost face goo are good goo, but I do not have specialized goo worms to capture them. Capturing wild goo worms also required special methods. These two goo worms belonged to Soul Path, and the goo needed to capture them were even more special. It is time. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Throwing away the regret in his heart, he turned his gaze to the immortal goo on his shoulder, fixed immortal travel. The immortal goo's aura was too strong. It could not be stored in mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be stored because it was weak. Even though Fang Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel to lie on his shoulder and not move, the immortal goo's aura was still leaking. If a goo immortal sensed it, it would be a fatal disaster. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He took out bright pearl goo. Go. He injected his primeval essence, and bright pearl goo immediately turned into a ball of gentle white light, floating towards fixed immortal travel and covering it. Bright pearl goo was a rank 4 storage goo. It was specially used to seal goo worms and make them hibernate, making them easy to preserve. Fang Yuan expended almost all of his primeval essence before successfully sealing fixed immortal travel goo. Fixed immortal travel goo was shaped like a jade butterfly, sealed in a fist-sized transparent pearl. But it was an immortal goo. Its aura was still leaking from this pearl. However, it was many times weaker than before. Fang Yuan was not surprised. This was just the first step. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Perhaps it was because of the obstruction of the sunflower sea. The poison-beard wolves did not appear again. As the two of them went deeper into the grassland, the poisonous mist became thicker and thicker. They could already clearly see the purple mist floating in the air. When the two started coughing, they stopped and took out their goo worms to clear the accumulated poison in their bodies. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog became. The two of them stopped more frequently as well, in order to avoid breathing in too much of the poisonous mist. While talking, the lively Gu Yao also began to remain silent. Gradually, the purple poisonous fog started to block their vision. How much deeper do we have to go? Gu Yao could not help but ask. The depths of the poisonous grassland was a forbidden zone for life. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore died here, never to return. Among them, there were many rank 3 peak stage and rank 4 experts. Soon, Fang Yuan replied plainly, his footsteps slowing down until he stopped. Are we there? Is it here? Gu Yao asked excitedly. Fang Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down carefully and pushed aside the twisted poisonous grass on the ground, revealing a cave that was covered by the grass. This cave was as big as a bowl. The edges were smooth. The cave was deep and dark. Gu Yao saw this, and her gaze froze. Her breathing became rapid. This is the hole dug by the earth spike rats. There are thousands of them. They gather in groups and hide under the grass. As long as there is a slight tremor, they will attack from underground. Their heads are like steel. Once they shoot out, they can pierce through a person's feet. Even the hooves of iron hooves horses can be easily pierced. We cannot go any further. Once we are surrounded, we have no chance of survival. We will be drowned by the countless earth spike rats. Along the way, we did not meet any poison beard wolves. This means that the earth spike rats are the overlords here. Maybe the earth spike rat king underground is a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young. She knew the strength of the earth spike rats very well. No, my destination is still ahead. Fang Yuan stood up. Chang Shanin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You won't be able to walk through it. In fact, if you take just a few steps, you'll be surrounded by the gophers, Gu Yao hurriedly advised. But Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Who said I want to go there? The moment he said that, pitch black bone wings grew out from his back. This is... Gu Yao stared with wide eyes. Before she could react, Fang Yuan had already carried her. As the young girl screamed, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew off the ground. Gu Yao felt her heart in her throat. The wind whistled in her ears. She felt like she was flying in the clouds. Her legs were not touching the ground. She subconsciously hugged Fang Yuan's neck tightly. After a while, the young girl adapted and smiled in Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan, to think you can fly. Father has a soaring cloud Gu. When I was young, he often brought me to play in the sky. Sigh, it is a pity that the soaring cloud Gu is a rank 4 Gu. It is not suitable for me. Even if I could use it, Father would not allow it. He is afraid I would fall from the sky. Gu Yao recalled for a while before asking curiously, Chang Shanin, what flying Gu is this? Why have I never seen it before? Fang Yuan did not reply. The young girl was unresigned. Is this the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu? This height and speed is about the same as the Eagle Wings Gu, but it doesn't seem to be. Fang Yuan sighed. You have too many questions. Rather than asking questions, why don't you use your energy on the shadow crows in front of us? Shadow crows? The young girl reacted and saw 3 shadow crows in front of her, silently approaching them. The shadow crows were as big as eagles. Their bodies were pitch black. They did not make any movements when flying, and were even more concealed in this dark, poison grassland. The young girl's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Chang Shanin, how is your flying skill? If it is not possible, we can fly to the grassland and defend. Don't worry. Fang Yuan's voice was still calm. I am hugging you. I cannot attack casually. Now, let's see if your spiraling water arrow is accurate. What? Before the young girl understood, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and charged towards the 3 shadow crows. Fang Yuan used his actions to give Gu Yao the answer. This is too crazy. He did not think of escaping, but instead wants to kill these 3 shadow crows. Gu Yao's heart was shaken, and she hurriedly shot out 2 water arrows. But of these 2 water arrows, one missed completely, while the other brushed past the shadow crow's wings. Too slow again. Fang Yuan made a beautiful turn and flapped his wings, charging towards the shadow crow again. What? Hey, wait, don't fight them head on. This is not the ground. The opponent is a shadow crow that is extremely fast. Gu Yao shouted. 2 humans and 3 birds charged towards each other in the air, quickly getting closer. Gu Yao stared with wide eyes. A shadow crow was getting bigger in her vision, and as it got closer, the shadow crow flashed its blade-like claws. Seeing the sharp claws about to grab her, Gu Yao's body turned cold from fear, her limbs were stiff, and she could not move. I'm going to crash. I'm going to die. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his wings, and his flying altitude suddenly dropped, brushing past the shadow crow's steel claws. Then he suddenly extended his wings, and after a strong flap, he made a lightning-fast turn in the air and flew up, scuttling behind the shadow crow. Shoot! Fang Yuan shouted. Gu Yao reacted and instinctively pointed with her finger, and a spiraling water arrow flew out. Fang Yuan's flying technique was too good, and he directly flashed behind the shadow crow. The shadow crow's back was completely exposed to Gu Yao. The spiraling water arrow successfully hit the shadow crow and passed through it, drawing out a line of blood. The shadow crow instantly died, and like a kite with its string cut, it fell to the ground with a muffled thud. The grassland was silent for a moment, and in an instant the ground shook slightly and countless earth spike rats poked their heads out of the holes. The shadow crow's corpse was quickly divided by the closest earth spike rats and dragged into the holes. The huge shadow crow instantly disappeared, leaving only a puddle of blood on the grassland and a few pieces of internal organs. When the young girl saw this scene, she immediately became extremely nervous. If she really fell to the ground, she would immediately be attacked by the earth spike rats, and it would definitely be a dead end. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and shoot." Fang Yuan's cold shout broke the girl's thoughts, and she quickly shot out nearly 10 arrows to kill the 2 shadow crows. The 2 shadow crows fell to the ground and were immediately torn apart by the earth spike rats, and Gu Yao broke out in cold sweat. "Your aim is too bad. Hurry up and use the Yuan stone to recover your primeval energy." Under Fang Yuan's scolding, Gu Yao quickly took out a Yuan stone, but she made a mistake, and the Yuan stone fell out of her hand and fell to the ground. "You idiot! I am sorry." The girl's voice had a trace of sobbing. "Focus, calm down. Play at your normal level. There will definitely be a lot of shadow crows, and I still need to rely on you." Fang Yuan's voice softened. Chapter 4:35. An hour and a half later, Fang Yuan carried Gu Yao as he landed on the ground. Gu Yao's legs were weak. Her face was pale. She only recovered after taking a few breaths after landing on the ground. In the flight just now, she had killed at least 100 shadow crows. She had felt like she was struggling between life and death several times. The process of flying was filled with danger. Not only did they meet with several waves of shadow crows, they even attracted the attacks of earth spike rats. When in danger, not only would there be countless shadow crows in the sky, the ground would also shoot out countless earth spikes. Under such attacks, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew. He continued to turn, dive, and rise. Searching for a possibility in the impossible, he charged out of the rain of attacks and found a chance of survival. "I was actually able to survive under such attacks." This was the first thought that appeared in Gu Yao's mind when she landed on the ground. After the joy of surviving the calamity, the joy of disbelief, and the fear from recalling the past, Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. The latter was healing his injuries. Even if the young girl was ignorant, after this battle, she would recognize Fang Yuan's power in flying. Moreover, Gu Yao was not an ordinary girl from the grassland. Her father was the leader of a tribe. In her past life, Gu Yao had been influenced by what she had seen and heard. Her horizons were broadened, and she knew much more than people of the same age. This man in front of me, his flying technique, is actually so skilled and powerful. Is the soul of an eagle hidden in his majestic body? Such a flying technique can completely match Lightning Dong Pekong, Water Immortal Song Qinyin, and Green Bat Wu Yi. This is the first-rate flying technique of Northern Plains. Chang Shanin, what kind of person are you? Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. Under the torrential attacks, no matter how powerful his flying technique was, he could not avoid getting hit. Most importantly, the rank 4 Bone Wings Gu was only equivalent to a rank 3 Gu in Northern Plains. At the same time, he was carrying a person. The increase in weight affected his agility. However, with Gu Yao's help, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If she didn't use her water arrows and water dragons to kill the crows, and if she didn't use her water armor to protect me, my Zhen Yuan alone would not have been enough. Fang Yuan thought, "I am a southern border Gu master. When I go to Northern Plains, my cultivation will be suppressed. But fortunately, as time passes and I gradually integrate into Northern Plains, this suppression will lessen." Man was the spirit of all living things. He could adapt to his environment and blend in with it. Of course, when Fang Yuan completely integrated into Northern Plains and recovered his cultivation, when he returned to southern border, he would be suppressed again. He would need to adapt and fuse with it again. Humans can gradually blend into the environment, but goo worms cannot. Southern border's goo worms would continue to be weakened. These goo on me consume the same amount of primeval essence as before, but their effectiveness is greatly reduced. Southern border's rank 4 goo are inferior to northern plains rank 3 goo. But after killing Gu Yao, there was only a small chance that her goo worms would end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Only by using Gu Yao like this could he display the greatest value of this rank 3 middle stage goo master. If not for Gu Yao, I would not be able to advance so quickly. Although her goo worms are good, I cannot obtain them. I need to change these southern border goo worms. Other than considering my battle strength, they are also a huge flaw in my concealment of my identity. I still need to go to that battlefield. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly and took out Bright Pearl Goo. Bright Pearl Goo had fixed immortal travel sealed inside. It was like a pure white amber. In front of Gu Yao, Fang Yuan took out the dust goo without any hesitation. The dust goo was like a cocoon. It was dark gray in color and felt like sand in his hand. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the dust goo exploded into a puff of gray smoke. The gray smoke had its own intelligence and landed on the bright pearl goo. The bright pearl goo that was emitting a bright white light was covered by this dust and immediately became dim. The immortal goo fixed immortal travel's aura weakened again. This was the dust of the treasure pearl. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when he went to Central Continent and caused the 5 regions' chaotic war, some goo masters sneaked into other regions to fight and hide their identity and aura, so they developed this method. "What are you doing?" Gu Yao asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dark pearl and continued on his journey. The two continued to move forward. The poisonous fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The purple color was starting to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently and use goo worms to get rid of the accumulated poison in their bodies. Crack! A crisp sound came from under their feet, as if they had stepped on a dried tree branch. Gu Yao looked down in confusion, then screamed and quickly jumped back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here?" Her voice was trembling, because this place was originally a battlefield. Fang Yuan walked in front of her. He did not turn back, and instead quickened his pace. "Battlefield? Hey, wait for me. Don't walk so fast." Gu Yao quickly followed Fang Yuan's footsteps. The more she walked, the more shocked she became. Originally, the thick, purple, poisonous fog had blocked her vision, but now that she got closer, she saw that there were many white bones on the slightly rotten grass. There were human bones and also wolf bones. The ground was also filled with deep pits and trenches. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. So many people died. Who was it that fought a life and death battle here? But the deep pits and trenches were already filled with poisonous grass. Together with the other traces, this battlefield has at least 20 years of history. Gu Yao landed behind Fang Yuan. Seeing him searching as if he was looking for something, she immediately understood. So Chang Shan Yin's motive for entering poison grassland was this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait a minute, there was indeed a huge battle in poison grassland 20 years ago. Father had talked to someone before. I was at the side. A memory surfaced from the depths of Gu Yao's mind. At that time, Gu Yao was still young, around 4 to 5 years old. Her father had invited a distinguished guest to a banquet and brought her with him. In the tent, the adults talked about the heroes of the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has produced a character this time. You mean Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path Gu master that Chang tribe heavily nurtured. In his hands The wolf group can move like the wind and attack like the rain. He can change the formation at will. He is truly skilled. Most importantly, he is a righteous person and is extremely filial to his mother. This time, his mother was poisoned and could only be cured by the snow-wash goo on the snow willow. He ignored the obstruction and entered poison grassland alone. Sigh, it was precisely because of this that Wolf King lost his life. That's right, this was a scheme from start to finish, meticulously planned by Wolf King's archenemy, Ha-Tu-Gu. Ha-Tu-Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, but Wolf King is not someone to be trifled with. He killed Ha-Tu-Gu's group of bandits and got rid of a huge threat to the grassland. But it is a pity that Wolf King Changshan-in, this hero, lost his life in poison grassland. Changshan-in, you are Wolf King Changshan-in. Thinking of this, Gu Yao opened her mouth in shock, staring at Fang Yuan. Oh, you also know Changshan-in? Fang Yuan replied plainly, still searching for something. But Gu Yao shook her head. No, that's not right. Looking at his age, if Changshan-in was still alive, he should be 40 or 50 years old. How could he be at your age? Moreover, your appearance and accent are all wrong. You are not Changshan-in. He. If I am not Changshan-in, then who am I? That's right. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a dead Gu master? Gu Yao was full of questions. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Wait. Although not long after Changshan-in died, his mother also died from the poison. But he is already married and left behind a bloodline. His son is already grown up and is also an outstanding talent. Don't tell me, you are Changshan-yin's son? Fang Yuan smiled and was about to answer her when he heard a strange sound. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Along with this voice, a huge white bone wheel rolled out from the purple mist. It was as tall as two people, half a foot wide, and was made of white bones. The surface of the wheel was covered in sharp bone spikes. At the center of the wheel was a huge skull. The terrifying eye sockets of the skull were burning with blood-red flames. Be careful, this is Ha-Tu-Gu's rank 5 Gu, battle bone wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel suddenly accelerated, rolling over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. The golden dragon roared and slammed onto the wheel. The wheel shook for a moment before easily crushing the golden dragon and crashing into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. Golden Coat Gu. Fang Yuan saw that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying and landed on the ground, his body covered in mud and grass. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spiraling water arrows hit the wheel. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, raising a large amount of mud. It gave up on Fang Yuan and changed its direction, crashing towards Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly activated Water Trace Gu and activated her water armor, dodging and retaliating. Fang Yuan also rushed over to help. This was a tough battle. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu, the core Gu that the original owner, Ha-Tu-Gu, relied on to become famous. After Ha-Tu-Gu died, it became a wild Gu, feeding on the white bones on the battlefield. The white bone chariot's attacks were majestic and fierce, often crushing its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed, and his battle strength fell. He did not bring a rank 5 Gu and could not fight the white bone wheel head-on. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and search for Changshan-yin's corpse. But now that he had Gu Yao's help, he changed his plan and chose to fight. After fighting for over 4 hours, relying on Fang Yuan's tactic of restraining the enemy, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence. They took turns to breathe and gradually wore down the white bone wheel, finally causing it to fall to the ground. After the battle was decided, Fang Yuan immediately placed his hands on the white bone wheel and swept it with his will and primeval essence. The white bone wheel was a rank 5 gu, thus even rank 6 spring autumn cicada, and fixed immortal travels. Aura could not help Fang Yuan refine it instantly, but the wheel was full of cracks and almost fell apart. It was in a terrible state and was on the verge of destruction. Fang Yuan had 100-man soul. He was full of vigor, and his will was like steel. He poured his primeval essence into it and spent another 15 minutes before he finally subdued it. Chapter 436. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture. After the white bone wheel entered the aperture, it floated on the sea of true gold primeval essence, floating along with the waves, looking lifeless. Goo worms would naturally get injured, destroyed, or even perish. This white bone wheel is on the verge of breaking. It cannot be used anymore. Unless I can find the bone bamboo goo and combine it with the ghost fire goo to heal it. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. There were many healing goo that did not target the human body. Some goo, like wolf smoke goo, were used to heal the injuries of wolves and jackals. Some goo, like pig iron goo, were used to heal the chainsaw golden centipede. Bone bamboo goo, combined with ghost fire goo, could heal the white bone wheel and allow it to fight again. Speaking of which, this white bone wheel goo is very famous. It was created by the rank 8 demonic path Gu Immortal Shin Jiao. This person was called Proud Bone Demon Lord. He had outstanding talent, and when he advanced to rank 6, he did not have an immortal Gu, so he thought of a killer move called White Bone War Chariot. White Bone War Chariot is made from white bone wheel and many other rank 5 Gu. It is very powerful, comparable to a rank 6 immortal Gu. Relying on this amazing idea, Shun Jia Ao cultivated to rank 8 realm and brought the killer move White Bone Battlefield to greater heights, combining 3 immortal Gu to form an even more powerful killer move, White Bone Battlefield. He relied on this to move unhindered in the world, slaughtering countless Gu immortals. His fierce name spread far and wide, causing the righteous path to be helpless. Sigh, when can I cultivate to this realm? In his previous life, Fang Yuan had rank 6 cultivation, a crucial step away from rank 7. Afterwards, he refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, but was besieged by righteous path Gu immortals and had no choice but to self-detonate. Every time he thought of Blood Sea Ancestor, Proud Bone Demon Lord, Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable, these characters, Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for them. A man should be like this in this world, unrestrained by the mortal world, fearless and unrestrained, killing whoever they don't like. When my heart is evil, I slaughter all living beings. When my heart is kind, I bless the world. The world moves according to my heart. I rule over everything and trample on all enemies who dare to resist me. This is true freedom, a carefree life. Fang Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, taking out the bright pearl goo from his pocket. Bright pearl goo was already covered in dust. Its light was dim. Fixed immortal travel was sealed inside. The immortal goo's aura was also weakening. Fang Yuan took out the dark throw goo. This goo was similar in shape to the dust goo. It was also a silkworm cocoon, but its body was deep black. Fang Yuan mobilized his primeval essence, and the black cocoon wriggled. Dozens of threads twisted out like snakes and climbed onto the bright pearl goo. In a few blinks of an eye, the bright pearl goo was wrapped in a layer of black cocoon. This was known as casting pearls before swine. It was a method developed during the Battle of the 5 Regions to conceal the aura of goo worms. As a result, the aura of fixed immortal travel became even weaker. Warrior Changshan, you want to seal this beautiful jade butterfly? Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually realizing what was going on. Fang Yuan gave her a mysterious smile and put the black bead into his pocket before continuing to search the battlefield. This battlefield was left behind from the battle between Changshan and Ha Tugu over 20 years ago. Changshan-in was a rank 4 peak stage Gu master, while Hatu Gu was a rank 5 initial stage Gu master with a large group of subordinates. They were playmates who grew up together, but the woman they fell in love with at the same time chose Changshan-in in the end. From then on, hatred was formed, and because of the subsequent events, the hatred deepened until it could only be washed away with each other's lives and blood. After Hatu Gu poisoned Changshan-yin's mother, Changshan-yin led his wolf group deep into poison grassland to find the Snowwash Gu. After that, Changshan-yin set up an ambush here, and when Hatu Gu charged in with the horse bandits, large groups of wolves came from all directions. This tragic life and death battle was fought until the heavens and the earth darkened. Eventually, the wolf group was annihilated, and the horse bandits either died or escaped. Changshan-yin, who was at the end of his rope, fought with Hatu Gu, who had exhausted his primeval essence. Both of them were in a frenzy, using everything they could. They wrestled with each other, using their teeth to bite, using their hands to dig, using all the strength in their bodies before both of them collapsed on the ground, without even the strength to breathe. These two mortal enemies, once the closest companions, were only 2 to 3 steps away from each other, but they could only pant and stare at each other. They were both strong Gu masters. One was a glorious hero, the other was a notorious demon, but both of them had lost their strength. At this moment, they were as weak as children. Even if a rabbit ran over and blocked their mouths, they would suffocate to death. After a moment of deadlock, Hatu Gu suddenly laughed loudly. He was after all a rank 5 Gu master. His primeval essence recovery speed was faster than Changshan-yin's. His primeval essence recovered first. It was enough for him to use the poisonous bone spear once. Seeing the bone spear shooting towards him, Changshan-yin's eyes opened wide. A miraculous trace of strength burst forth in this desperate situation. Using this bit of strength, he struggled to turn half his body, but the poisonous bone spear that was aimed at his head still pierced his chest. The intense pain made Changshan-yin roar in anger. Using the wolf strength Gu to amplify his strength, he broke the thin bone spear. Holding it in his hand, he dragged his body step by step to Hatu Gu's side. Finally, Changshan-yin stabbed the green spear tip into Hatu Gu's eye socket, killing this mortal enemy of his. Although Changshan-yin won, the poison on the bone spear had already spread throughout his body. Using the primeval essence that he had just recovered, he activated the wolf fetus earth burial Gu. This Gu was refined from 108 different kinds of pregnant female wolves. It was specially used to save lives. As long as there was a trace of life force, it would be able to keep them alive. Changshan-yin used this Gu and burrowed into the ground, falling into a deep sleep, struggling at death's door. After over 30 years, Ma Hongyun, who was still a rank 3 Gu master, was chased here by the wolf group. In a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found Changshan-yin, who was buried underground. After Ma Hongyun saved Changshan-yin, the latter not only helped him repel the wolf group, he even worked hard for him and became one of the 4 great generals in order to repay him for saving his life. In the struggle for dominance in the grassland, he made countless contributions and pushed Ma Hongyun, who was originally a slave, to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court. Changshan-yin's life was full of ups and downs. He was a legend. When he reappeared in the world, his story was widely spread in northern plains. It was not a secret. Later, with Ma Hongyun's help, he cultivated to rank 7 Gu immortal realm and obtained the title of Sky Wolf General, gaining even more authority. Finally, he resisted the invasion of Central Continent and died in battle. His descendants wrote his biography. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan was so clear about the process. Oh, I found it! After a long search, there was finally a result. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused as he found a huge wolf tail on the grassland. This wolf tail was covered in mud and was mostly covered by poisonous grass. It was almost invisible. If not for Fang Yuan already having a target and carefully searching, he would not have found it. Back then, when Ma Hongyun was escaping, he tripped on this wolf tail. After he pulled out this wolf tail, he saved Changshan Yin and himself. Fang Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. He grabbed the wolf tail and pulled it out. Immediately, the ground rumbled and a huge female wolf's body was brought out. Her eyes were closed, her body was covered in purple fur, and her belly was snow white. Her body was huge, even when she was lying down. She was as tall as a person. Gu Yao quickly ran over with a surprised expression. "What wolf is this? Why is it so big?" "Oh, my. It looks like a female wolf. Look at her bulging belly. She must be pregnant." "This is not a wolf. It is a gu," Fang Yuan said as he took out a sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup gu. He stabbed the dagger into the wolf's belly and forcefully made a long cut. Instantly, the swollen belly split open, and large amounts of amniotic fluid mixed with blood gushed out of the wound, drenching Fang Yuan's lower body. Gu Yao saw that the situation was bad and quickly jumped back to prevent herself from being implicated. Next, she opened her mouth in shock, shouting, "Why is there a person in the wolf fetus?" Along with the amniotic fluid, there was another person. It was the real Changshan Yin. His eyes were closed, and his body was riddled with injuries, especially the half-bone spear that was stuck in his chest. His whole body was covered in sticky amniotic fluid, his expression was painful, and his skin was pale green. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and stretched out his hands, seemingly inspecting Changshan Yin's injuries, but in fact, he was secretly pinching Changshan Yin's neck. The pitiful Changshan Yin was a hero. He successfully killed his mortal enemy and used gu worms to extend his life for over 20 years. Originally, in another 10 years or so, a fated monarch would have come to save him. But now, Fang Yuan interfered and killed this future influential figure, the famous Sky Wolf General, a future rank 7 gu immortal. Changshan Yin was already at his last breath. He had no consciousness and could not defend himself. He only had a weak breath left. When Fang Yuan killed him, his body did not even tremble, not to mention using his consciousness to detonate the gu worms. Fang Yuan's consciousness entered his aperture and immediately found several turtle breath gu inside. Turtle breath gu was a storage gu, similar to bright pearl gu, used to seal gu worms. Before Changshan Yin entered the wolf's stomach to prevent the gu worms in his body from starving to death, he sealed them one by one in the turtle breath gu. These rank 4 gu were like oval-shaped rocks, slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the rocks was covered in veins, making people think of a turtle shell. Once spring-autumn cicadas aura leaked out, Fang Yuan instantly refined these turtle breath gu. He took out all these turtle breath gu, and under Gu Yao's curious gaze, he crushed them one by one, revealing the gu worms inside. A total of 8 gu worms, all belonging to the enslavement path. They were all rare rank 4 gu. Among them, some were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 gu. Changshan Yin used this set of gu worms to make a name for himself in northern plains. He then used this gu to kill a rank 5 enemy. Using spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan kept all of them for his own use.